Newton, case ID 180-11717. It is 10:02 a.m.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome to the Office of Tax Appeals. I am Lead Administrative Law Judge Sarah Hosey, and with me today are Judges John Johnson and Kenny Gast. Can I have the parties introduce themselves, please?
Respondent, Franchise Tax Board, Brian Working, represented.
Thank you.
Appellant, Chris Engelman, taxpayer representative.
Thank you.
Don Newton.
Thank you. All right, right now we're off the record. We're just going to cover some housekeeping items before our stenographer starts transcribing everything for us. Then we'll go on the record and the parties will have an opportunity to present their arguments and testimony. If at any time you're confused, please feel free to ask me questions or a clarification. So I'm the lead judge for the purpose of conducting this hearing, but all three judges are co-equal decision makers. We have read all the briefs and examined all the exhibits thus far. The issue we have before us today is whether appellant has demonstrated error in FTB's proposed assessment, which is based on federal adjustments. Mr. Engelman, does that sound correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Working?
Yes.
Okay. The exhibits discussed at the December 3rd pre-hearing conference were admitted in the pre-hearing conference minutes and orders. We have appellants 1 through 8 and respondents A through K. No objections were raised, and these were admitted through the pre-hearing conference minutes and orders on December 4th. Mr. Engelman, do you have any new exhibits today?
No, I don't.
Okay. Mr. Working?
No.
All right, we'll note that on the record shortly. Mr. Engelman, you will have 10 minutes for an opening, and then we will swear in Mr. Newton for your testimony today. And then FTB and or the ALJs may have questions. Then Mr. Engelman, you will have 10 minutes for your closing, and FTB will have 10 minutes for their closing. And Mr. Engelman, then you will have time for a final statement. Do I have any questions before we go on the record?
No, it's not.
Okay. We are now on the record. This is the appeal of Don Newton, case number 180-11717. Today is December 19th, 2019. It's approximately 10:04 a.m. We're in Cerritos, California. I am Lead Administrative Law Judge Sarah Hosey. With me today are Judges John Johnson and Kenny Gast. Parties, can I have you state your names for the record, please?
Brian Working, Franchise Tax Board.
Chris Engelman, taxpayer representative.
Don Newton.
Thank you. Our issue today is whether appellant has demonstrated error in FTB's proposed assessment, which is based on federal adjustments. Mr. Engelman, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Working?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. We marked exhibits 1 through 8 for appellants and A through K for respondent, FTB, at the pre-hearing conference held on December 3rd, 2019. No objections were made, and these were admitted as evidence into the record for the pre-hearing conference minutes and orders on December 4th, 2019. No additional exhibits have been presented today. Mr. Engelman, is this accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
And Mr. Working?
Yes, this is.
Okay. Mr. Engelman, are you ready to begin your opening?
Yes, I am.
Please begin.
So, as you stated, the issue here is whether appellant has demonstrated error in FTB's proposed assessment, which is based on federal adjustments. For years, Mr. Newton owns and has operated a local wholesale car business as a sole proprietorship, and he makes his entire income through this business. He does this by buying used cars and later on selling those cars for a profit, and solely that. The issue here is in 2010 when he generated $9,687 in gross receipts. Upon receipt, the IRS audited Mr. Newton's 2010 return. FTB then assessed the additional tax and issued a notice of proposed assessment with an additional tax of $4,219 and actually related penalty of $843.80, which was dated on September 11, 2015. Mr. Newton then timely proposed the NPA. And additionally to that, in November 2015, the IRS lien was released. On April 3, 2017, FTB issued a NOA affirming the proposed $4,219 tax assessment along with the actually related penalty, which was later admitted by FTB that the actually related penalty was erroneously proposed and therefore abated. In response, Mr. Newton filed a timely appeal with the BOA. Per the exchanges of the briefs, the Cohen Rule has been mentioned numerous times and how it's applied now remains in debate. Per the Cohen Rule, which arose by the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit in Cohen v. Commissioner, states that when it is apparent that some business expense or deduction should be allowed, but available records are inadequate to accurately determine the amount of the allowable deduction, the court may order a reasonable estimate of the amount. The BOE has followed the Cohen Rule in its decisions. For example, in Pacific Coast Building, where they decided that because the taxpayer did qualified research, that they would apply the Cohen Rule. And again, you see this in Dobkin when they concluded that even though there wasn't a way to determine the amount, they allowed additional time for the taxpayer to get additional amount. And then, per the FTB's brief, Mr. has not created a foundation upon which an estimate may be made. It relies heavily on Venegate v. Commissioner, which states that the Cohen Rule cannot be applied because a foundation to estimate costs were not made. The FTB states that provided invoices showing $92,687 in gross receipts does not create a foundation for any kind of estimate and can be made in which the Cohen Rule can apply. However, the facts in that case versus ours differs. In that case, the taxpayer was in charge of safeguarding property, and while they're safeguarding property, they were assigned to live on that property. And while they were living there, they wanted to deduct their utilities. And the court said it was fine that they can deduct their utilities, but the problem was whether there was a way to determine out of those utilities which ones were ordinary business and necessary business expenses versus their own personal uses. Here in this case, we don't have that issue at all. Mr. Newton's entire inventory was solely based for ordinary and necessary expenses. In addition to that, in addition to that, his gross inventory, he cannot operate his business without that inventory. So we have the combination of the necessity of his inventory to have his business operate, combined with that, can kind of create a foundation for that. In addition, he has provided evidence showing that there was a fire. And so as far as like precise and accurate, estimations cannot be possible. And then also, he has also showed like research to find as much invoices that he possibly can. And therefore, the Cohen Rule should apply because we have the combination of the necessity of his business needing to operate because of those costs of goods sold. We also have the attempt as well as like the foundation to have the Cohen Rule apply, and therefore he should have those costs of goods deducted. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Newton, we're going to swear you in now for your testimony. Can you please stand and raise your right hand?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Go ahead and begin. You're free to have Mr. Gilman ask you questions, or you can just tell us your story, kind of what happened.
Okay. Basically, it's like he said, this was in 2010.
I'm sorry, can I have you please speak up?
Yes, I'm sorry.
It's not working. Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Linda.
This happened back in 2010, and if you look at the income taxes before that and after that, I've always had the deductions of buying the cars and then turning around and selling them. For some reason, they didn't allow me the width from paying for the cars, and I don't know how that was.
Can you explain to us a little bit more about your business, how it runs?
Yeah, I go to some of the dealerships and some of the trade-in cars. I have the high miles, so they will go ahead and sell those to me because I have a wholesale dealer's license with the DMV. And with those cars, I would either take them to the wrecking yards or to another auction and sell them. And with that difference is the profit.
Okay, I understand. Do you have any questions for Mr. Newton?
How do you determine the amount of your deductions?
what I paid for the car, and then what the car sold for, and then if I had to do anything with the car. And then that's where I would get that, and then I would get it all to the tax lady at the end of the year. And that's how they come up with the income tax.
So is it just an estimation of sorts, or is it you get the exact figure?
In between the filing for the income tax and for the year, when I do the cars, we do folders for each car, and it has the check of what we paid for it, and then the check for what we sold it for, and then if I had to do something with it, we would put the receipts inside there.
And then does your business make any income besides that?
No.
So,
And in 2010, when this happens, was a very, very bad year. This is the year that the house went into foreclosure. And there was a fire at the place I rented. It was at like a little strip mall, and the place burned down. And I wasn't the only office there. There was 73 offices, and my office was the size of a bathroom, but it qualified for the DMV because the rent was only $100 and something a month to have the dealer's license and the filing cabinet in there.
do you have a percentage markup as far as your training?
I'm sorry, Mr. Newman, what was that last question?
Oh, do you
I
have,
can
sorry,
barely hear you.
it's okay. I asked if you had a percentage markup. So,
I would say between 10 and 20%.
I have no.
Okay, great, thank you. Mr. Working, do you have any questions?
No questions from FTV.
Okay, I will go to my panel members. Mr. Johnson?
No questions. No questions.
Okay. All right. Mr. Engelman, are you ready for your closing statements?
Sure.
Please begin.
So, I mean, everyone here agrees that the cars that he sold these cars to make a profit. And I mean, we've kind of agreed that there's a gross income. We also agree that he can't make that money without even buying the used cars and then selling it for a profit. So, and we also have him under testimony showing a way to kind of give a figure on what that amount could be. And because we have that, combined with what I previously said, as far as the necessity to have the continued business to buy that inventory for the business to continue, as well as the code rule that says you do not need an exact amount for the deductions to take place, you just need a foundation. We have that foundation here, and we also have a figure that we can have. Therefore, the code rule should apply, and the deduction should be granted.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Working, are you ready to begin your closing?
Yes.
Please begin.
The issue in this case is whether appellant has shown error in respondent franchise tax for its proposed assessment, which is based on a federal adjustment. Appellant has not established error in the proposed assessment. The IRS made adjustments to appellant's 2010 tax year account, disallowing appellant's cost of goods sold. California law conforms to federal law regarding deductions for costs of goods sold. Following the federal adjustment, respondent proposed to disallow appellant's reported cost of goods sold and proposed a deficiency assessment. It is well settled that a proposed deficiency assessment by respondent that is based on a federal adjustment is presumptively correct, and the appellant bears the burden of proving it erroneous. Appellant cannot substantiate his claimed cost of goods sold, but argues that under the Cohen rule, he is entitled to deduct some estimation of his cost of goods sold. Although the taxpayer bears the burden to prove that the Internal Revenue Service adjustments or the FTV's proposed assessment based on the federal adjustment is erroneous, in certain circumstances it may be appropriate to allow an estimated amount for a deductible expense. There is no automatic right to an estimate of an expense deduction under the Cohen rule. The Board of Equalization, OTA's predecessor, has indicated its reluctance to disturb respondents' determination involving unsubstantiated amounts without independent facts on which to base a different finding. In order to estimate the amount of an expense, the courts have held that there must be a sufficient foundation upon which an estimate may be made. Appellant has not submitted sufficient independent evidence on which an estimate of appellant's cost of goods sold could be computed under the Cohen rule. Instead, appellant has provided a copy of a single sales contract that does not include any information pertaining to appellant's cost of the car sold, and has submitted evidence of various car purchases made in the 2010 tax year without any information pertaining to when those cars were sold or the price at which they were sold, neither of which provide a foundation to establish a method to estimate appellant's cost of goods sold. The evidence provided is insufficient to substantiate the cost of cars that were sold in 2010 and is insufficient to establish a foundation to estimate appellant's cost of goods sold. Accordingly, respondent respectfully requests the OTA to affirm respondent's proposed deficiency assessment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions, Ms. Johnson?
Yeah, just one question. When looking at the Cohen rule and the need to provide some kind of evidence to support basis for an alternative finding, what role does the fact that documents that could have been available have been lost play in that? And do you need sort of evidence to show that there's loss, or I guess what role does that play?
Well, in this particular case, I would like to point out that when the federal audit was open, it was on September 6, 2012, and at that time, appellant should have still had his records. There was no, the fire occurred February 7th of 2014. That was a month and a half before the federal audit closed. So at that time, appellant should have had any records available. I mean, any fire would not have hampered that effort. As far as taking into account the lack of records or difficulty in obtaining records, that does not factor into how one would lay a foundation to create an estimate. And that's what's really lacking here. Respondent does appreciate that records may have been lost and would not be able, that the records of the actual expenses may not be able to be provided, but there are alternative items of evidence that could possibly been obtained, but we just don't have that foundation to tie the cost of any car sold to be able to even begin to make an estimation.
Thank you.
Judge Bass?
Yeah, just one or two questions. So, no COGS were allowed for appellant, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So kind of going with what Judge Johnson said, he clearly operated a business, so wouldn't he have had cost of goods sold? And if so, is there any way to estimate that, even though he doesn't have the business records?
I could not come up with, respondent could not come up with, a method to make an estimation in this case. Appellant could have possibly obtained insurance records to show, the change in the inventory that over the year in which the taxpayer may have insured his inventory to show a fluctuation, to show perhaps the cost of goods sold. But just with the information that was available and presented, I wouldn't even know where to begin to come up with an estimation.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, Mr. Engelman, would you like to make a final statement? Rebuttal to Mr. Rickey, or to any questions that the judges had?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So, as far as creating a foundation, we have given, Mr. Newman has provided under oath that there is a way that we can get an estimate of sorts by that percentage markup or things of that nature. We've also like, and like I said, I want to regurgitate, he can't have his business continue without any cost of goods deducted. So to have it where he has no cost of goods deducted would be erroneous and just would not make sense at all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have your evidence and the testimony provided today. Is there anything else you prepared or anything else you'd like to tell us before I submit the case?
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Newton.
When all this happened and I got the audit from the IRS, that lady that did the audit, when I went down there, she extended it out because they were moving the IRS office downtown San Diego, and they moved it out almost 6 months. And like I said, all those records were inside the filing cabinet, and I provided copies of the fire report. And I did go back to the auction, and I tried to pull the invoices from them, and I gave them the letter showing that their books don't go back that far. I don't use a computer. Back then I even used a flip phone because a phone is a phone. To me, it's not a computer. Everything was in writing. And it was very simple. It was, you buy the car for this, there's a check, and you sell the car for this. If you look at the income taxes before that and after that, and the same lady I used, that's the way she did it. And she didn't even keep copies of it. And I did send some of those to the IRS and the franchise tax boards. I was able to pull 3 or 4 invoices from the auction, and they were there.
I'm just looking at our exhibit.
And there was one more thing too.
Yes, please.
I was questioned, I don't know if it was through the IRS or through the franchise tax board. On one of the briefs I read, it said about the fire happening, it said that the building was condemned, and that wasn't true because I gave them the letter that it was a strip mall and it was 2 parcels. So they started doing construction on one parcel to put the apartment complex in. My parcel was still good for another 8 months, and I had a lease there because it was brought up in one of the papers. And like I said, I don't know if it was through the franchise tax board or the IRS. So I had the owner of the complex write a letter saying no. He was there at the time of the fire, and he had a lease for 8 more months.
Is there anything else you'd like to add or say?
And, if I would have made the money, I would have paid it. I took my stuff down. Basically, like I said, it's a check and it's receipts. And it didn't happen.
Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate your time. We're ready to submit the case. The record is now closed. This concludes the hearing, and the judges will meet and decide the case based on the documents and the arguments presented today. We will aim to send both parties our written decision no later than 100 days from today. The hearing is now in recess in preparation for the next case. Thank you. Thank you.
McKee, case ID 180630305. It is 10:33 a.m.
Welcome, thank you everybody for coming. I am Amanda Vasili, and I'm here with my co-panelists, Sarah Hosey and Kenny Gass. Let's see who's here today. Can you please state and spell your names?
Brian Working, BRIANWERKING, representing Franchise Tax Board.
Okay.
Chris Engelman, CHRISENGELMANN, representing the taxpayer.
Great, and I understand we have the taxpayer on the phone. Can you identify yourself?
Yes, Tammy McKee, TAMMYMCKE.
Okay. Before we go on the record, I want to mention a few points. We do have the taxpayer appearing telephonically, and we have one speaker here, so we're going to ask everybody to speak up a little bit. We have worked together to develop approximate time allotments for today's hearing, so we'll start with appellant's opening. You have 10 minutes for that, and then Ms. McKee will have an opportunity to provide testimony. We'll move into appellant's closing and FTB's closing, and appellant, you'll have 5 minutes at the end for a rebuttal, if you like. So Ms. McKee, since you'll be appearing telephonically, I will swear you in prior to your testimony. Since Mr. Working is not testifying, he will not be sworn in. If at any time anyone needs clarification or has a question, please direct the questions towards the panel. The court stenographer is creating a transcript of this hearing, so please speak clearly. We don't have microphones working today, so speak a little bit louder than you normally would. And please speak one at a time so the transcript can properly reflect your statements. And Ms. McKee, you won't be able to see if someone else is about to speak, so from time to time I'm going to check in with you and see if you have anything you'd like to add. Are there any questions before we go on the record?
Okay.
Not this time.
Okay, we are now going on the record. We're opening the record in the appeal of Tammy Marie McKee before the Office of Tax Appeals in case number 180-63305. Today is Thursday, December 19th. The time is 10:35 a.m. This hearing is being convened in Cerritos, California. Today's case is being heard by a panel of 3 judges. My name is Amanda Besieg, and I will be acting as the lead judge for the purpose of conducting this hearing. Judge Gast and Judge Hosey will also be participating in the hearing. We've read the briefs and examined the exhibits produced. We will all be tasked with making a decision in this matter as equal participants. Any judge on the panel may ask you questions and otherwise participate to ensure we have all of the information needed to make a fair decision. So let's have the parties state their appearances for the record.
Chris Engelman, representing the taxpayer.
Okay.
Brian Working, representing Franchise Tax Board.
Okay, and we have Ms. Tammy McKee on the phone telephonically. So as discussed at our pre-hearing conference, the issues in dispute are as follows. Issue number 1 is whether appellant has shown error in respondent Franchise Tax Board's proposed assessment, which is based on a federal determination. The second issue is whether appellant has demonstrated that the accuracy-related penalty should be abated. Okay, I'm going to mark and read exhibits into the record. Other than Ms. McKee's testimony, we have no new evidence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that is correct for Franchise Tax Board as well, Mr. Working? Okay. So Ms. McKee's exhibits 1 and 2 are listed in the exhibit index before you. Mr. Engelman, is this what you expect to see in the record?
Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Working, can you confirm for the record that there are no objections to these exhibits?
No objections from respondent.
Okay, exhibits 1 and 2 are now admitted into the record. Franchise Tax Board's exhibits A through K are listed in the exhibit index before you. Does this reflect what FTB expects to see in the record, Mr. Working?
It does.
Okay, and Mr. Engelman, can you confirm that you have no objections to these exhibits?
I have no objections.
Okay. So exhibits A through K are now admitted into the record. Mr. Engelman, are you ready to begin your opening?
Yes. So, as you kind of said, the issue is whether appellant has shown error in responding to the Franchise Tax Board proposed assessment, and which is based on federal determination, and whether the appellant has demonstrated that accuracy-related penalty should be abated. So back in 2012, the business of Eggs Etc. was a restaurant that served breakfast and lunch to all its customers. It was run not by Ms. McKee, but by her mother and sister for a number of years. and her name wasn't on, as part owner at the time, in the beginning. She also didn't have any interest in working at the restaurant. This includes any business aspect of it, as well as like working within the restaurant, such as like cooking, cleaning, etc. Then in 2012, Ms. McKee's mother told her that the business was failing. So in order to help her family, Ms. McKee's mother asked her to transfer ownership by name alone to Ms. McKee for no monetary value in order to keep it running. This did not mean, however, that Ms. McKee worked at the restaurant at all. It only meant by name she was 90% owner, and that's solely it. But however, this didn't stop it from underperforming, but it did allow Ms. McKee's mother and sister to sell the business at a profit of $230,000 in 2014. And now this is where the issue occurs. Due to Ms. McKee's generosity and being 90% owner by name alone, the IRS decided to audit her and no one else. The other member of the LLC, her sister, was absolved from any tax liability. Despite her working part-time as a nurse while achieving her master's and not even being involved in the business at all, Ms. McKee had to solely participate in the IRS audit. The FTB then proposed an assessment based on the IRS assessment that Ms. McKee owed $23,847 in tax liabilities based off that gross income of the $230,000 made at the sale of the business. However, Ms. McKee, and this can be seen by the exhibits that we provided, on her bank statements for that year only received $28,000 and not the entire amount of $238,000. The remaining amount was used to pay for the other business that they now have. They got that amount and they put it in a new business called Pam's Place, which runs today. Therefore, Ms. McKee shouldn't be responsible for the entire amount of $230,000 because she didn't even receive the amount. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. McKee, are you ready to testify? Ms. McKee? We might have lost the connection
I
to.
can only hear you.
You can only hear
I just
me.
heard a couple of words of what you said. I can only hear you.
Okay. Are you ready to testify?
Yes.
Okay, and maybe we'll ask Mr. Engelman to speak up more or
Yeah,
bring you a little further.
I'll try to be louder.
Okay. So Ms. McKee, I'm going to swear you in for your testimony. So where you are, could you please stand up and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. So you may go ahead and take this opportunity to tell us what you would like us to know.
I can't even remember the dates now because it's been quite some time, but my mom was in trouble with the restaurant and I had been going through a divorce. So she kind of gifted the restaurant over to me and then I helped build the business up. But my sister and her were running it on their own, but everything was still in my name. They had an audit with the Board of Equalization, and then they were determined to have underreported their sales tax, and then had sold the restaurant. The escrow closed without the audit being completed, and then since I was 90% of the LLC, the Board of Equalization reported the audit to IRS, and then everything went from the LLC to my personal number, my personal Social Security account. And the restaurant was sold, and
Can you repeat the last
the taxes
sentence
never got paid.
about her personal security account?
The restaurant was sold in October of 2014, and it was still in a state of audit. It was never, the escrow was not supposed to have closed until the audit was completed. And then it somehow got closed, the money was never paid, and then I was responsible for that, and then it all rolled over to the IRS. I guess because my sister was only 10% and I was 9% and she wasn't being compliant with them, that it just all rolled over onto me.
Okay. Mr. Working, do you have any questions for the witness?
I do not have any questions.
Okay. Do my co-panelists have any questions for the witness?
No questions.
No question.
Okay. I do have a question, Ms. McKee. I'm trying to understand the level of your involvement or non-involvement in the business. So what was the purpose of transferring 90% to you? I understand the business wasn't doing well.
Initially, when my mom had signed it over, it was a DBA, and when we went to an accountant, he said it would be better to have an LLC. So we opened it as an LLC, and I was the only person, and then they told me that I needed to have someone else that was part owner, so my sister came in and took her as 10% because she was just struggling to get back on her feet, and that's just how it went. And then when they were writing it alone, I tried to sign it over to them, but you have to dissolve the whole LLC, close all your accounts with the state, and reopen everything, and it never got to that point. They ended up selling it before we got to do all that.
Okay. I have another question which I will direct at your representative, but you can feel free to answer if you choose. Mr. Engelman, the 2014 individual California tax return claimed a non-passive loss from eggs, etc. Does that indicate that appellant was materially participating in the business?
To my understanding, no. But appellant would have more information in regards to that.
I need you to speak up. I don't think she can hear you.
To my knowledge, no, it does not. But appellant will have more information on that.
Hello?
Yes, could you hear Mr. Engelman? He said,
No.
okay, so he said that to his understanding, you did not materially participate in the business in 2014.
No, I haven't even stepped into the business since 2011. But it was still in my name.
Okay. Mr. Engelman, are you ready for your closing argument?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to really try to
I'll
project your voice.
Okay. So, just to kind of repeat what I was saying earlier, just because she had no involvement in the business whatsoever, and she conceded that she only received $28,000 as opposed to the entire gross profit of the sale of the business. And so to have a tax based off the entire amount when she didn't even receive, which her bank statements and her only bank account that she owns reflects that, that shouldn't be the case, where you're getting your entire gross income and you're taxed based off that when she didn't even receive that amount. She only received the $28,000. And so therefore she shouldn't even be taxed based off that amount. Now, in addition to that, she also didn't participate in the restaurant at all whatsoever. She hasn't even had any contact with her mother and sister for a number of years. She lives in Hawaii. They're using the money that was left over for their current business now. And so that's, as far as the issue of where did that money go, that my understanding, that's where it went, as opposed to going to the taxpayer. Thanks.
Thank you. So, Mr. Working, when you're ready.
Thank you. The issues in this case are whether appellant has shown error in respondent franchise tax board's proposed assessment, which is based on federal adjustment, and whether appellant has demonstrated that the proposed accuracy-related penalty should be abated. Appellant has not established error in the proposed assessment or any basis for the abatement of the proposed accuracy-related penalty. Facts in this case are not in dispute. The Internal Revenue Service audited an LLC in which appellant was a member with a 90% ownership interest. The IRS made adjustments increasing the LLC's gain, which the IRS then flowed through appellant's portion of the gain and assessed additional tax and imposed an accuracy-related penalty. California law conforms to federal law regarding taxation of flow-through income from a pass-through entity to its members. Based on the federal adjustment, respondent proposed additional tax and proposed an accuracy-related penalty. It is well settled that proposed deficiency assessment by respondent that is based on a federal adjustment is presumptively correct, and the appellant bears the burden of proving it erroneous. Appellant has provided no evidence to establish error on the part of the IRS in making its adjustment, and has provided no evidence to establish error on the part of respondent in making its proposed assessment based on the federal adjustment. It is well settled that respondent's imposition of an accuracy-related penalty is presumptively correct when it's based on a federal adjustment, and the burden is on the taxpayer to prove it erroneous. Appellant has asserted no basis for the abatement of the accuracy-related penalty, thus has not satisfied her burden of proving error in respondent's proposed imposition of the penalty. Accordingly, respondent respectfully asks the OTA to affirm its actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Judge Gast and Judge Hosey, do you have any questions for the FTB?
No question.
No questions.
Okay. Mr. Engelman, would you like to provide a rebuttal?
Yes.
Okay.
As far as rebutting the presumption and proving that there was an error, we have done that. We're providing the bank statements that show that she only received $28,000 as opposed to the $230,000. We also have given a declaration showing that that's her bank, those are her bank accounts, as well as she had no involvement in the business whatsoever. So as far as rebutting the presumption, we have provided evidence to do that. So, and then entirely, because the FTB relies entirely on the IRS determination, and so that determination was erroneous, which we have provided. So we have rebutted the presumption.
Okay. Ms. McKee, do you have any final words you would like us to consider, or anything else you would like us to know?
Oh, no.
Okay, thank you. Then the record is closed now to further evidence and argument. This concludes this hearing. The judges will meet and decide the case based on the evidence and testimony presented. Thank you, everyone, for your participation today. I'd also like to thank our stenographer. We will aim to send the parties our written decision no later than 100 days from today. Have a wonderful holiday. Thank you.
Thank you.
Martha A. Silva, case ID 180-83529. It is 11:17 a.m.
Thank you. Court reporter, you ready?
Yes, sir.
Co-panelists, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. Just before we go on the record, I wanted to go over a few things just to make things clear. First, we will have an interpreter that will be translating into Spanish for the appellant. So I would like to tell everyone to speak slowly and pause for the translator. And translator, if you could let us know when you need to slow down or pause, that'd be helpful. And Mr. Moore, I'd like to confirm that the translator will be whispering into the appellant's ear during the or will it be a full translation, or how will the interpreter be proceeding in the translation?
Thank you, Judge Lambert. I would need the interpreter to fully translate what I'm asking the appellant when she's a witness, and for her answers to be translated back to the panel. As to the other, I don't think we'll need her to be whispering in the her ear the whole time.
Okay, so the translator will be only for when she's testifying?
Exactly.
Okay. And other than Ms. Silva, who else will be testifying?
We have Mr. DeSeta. And we also, Jaime Triceri is here as the CPA, and he will also be providing testimony and more of an analysis of the numbers.
But are you saying that you would like him to testify as a witness or just as a representative?
There will be maybe a few items of witness testimony from him, yes.
Okay. I believe at the pre-hearing conference we did not discuss Mr. Triceri speaking as a witness.
We only probably have 2 or 3 questions that he would be as a witness, but most of that would be foundation as to his experience. So I likely would not classify as testimony, other than just building the foundation for why he is stating what he is stating. There might be 1 or 2 items of small testimony based upon that.
So are you saying that you were attempting to have him testify as an expert witness?
Not an expert witness, no.
CDTFA, do you have any objections to Mr. Triceri speaking?
We have no objection.
Okay.
Your Honor, we could stipulate to his experience to alleviate the need for him to question him about that.
Okay. So what is he testifying to in terms of his personal experience? Why would he qualify as a witness other than his expertise? Because it appears that the reason he'd be speaking would be to provide testimony as to his expertise.
The only expertise that he might be, though he testifies the fact that he actually ran a restaurant years ago, and there would probably be 1 or 2 questions just on that. No more than that, because the majority of his statements to the panel will be based upon as his accounting analysis as to the numbers, the history of the sales, and the number of transactions.
Okay. It appears to me that you're trying to have him testify as an expert witness then. So,
well, then, as to the fact that the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration has their witnesses here to testify as to the numbers and the sales and the reporting, that is what Mr. Triceri will be testifying.
They won't be testifying per se, they'll be providing arguments. So I would say that I would have Mr. Triceri be providing an argument, but
yes.
He won't be testifying as a witness, so I won't be swearing him in.
Correct.
Okay.
Argument would be fine.
Okay, thank you.
And in that vein, we'll withdraw our stipulation because we would limit that to his CPA experience, not to any restaurant experience. So.
Okay. And on the record, I'll confirm that there were concessions. The CDTFA stated that it's conceding the liability covering the period April 1st, 2010 to March 31st, 2012. And the remaining audit period at issue will be April 1st, 2012 to March 31st, 2015. Is that correct, CDTFA?
That is correct. I will address that during my presentation part of it as to what the reasoning for that was, provide you with the facts behind why it was originally, and leave it up to your decision.
Okay. And I might, before we begin the presentations, I'll just note the concessions so we have it on the record, and then you can discuss it as well.
Sure.
And appellant, you're in agreement with that concession?
Yes, we are.
And just to confirm the exhibits, appellant's exhibits will be 1 through 14, and CDTFA's exhibits are exhibits A through B.
Correct.
And there was no objections to those exhibits, correct?
No objections by the appellant.
Okay.
No objection.
Are there any other questions before we go on the record?
No.
No, other than the fact, so if there's no objections, all exhibits are admitted?
When we're on the record, I will announce that they're being admitted.
Thank you.
All right. We are now on the record in the Office of Tax Appeals oral hearing for the appeal of Martha Silva, case number 1808-3529. Before we proceed, we have an interpreter for this appeal, and I need to qualify and swear in the interpreter. Could the interpreter please approach the appellant's table? You can approach here. Could you please state your name for the record?
Aldo Ruiz Rivero.
And what are your qualifications as a Spanish language interpreter?
Yes, I am.
You can go back. Sorry. Okay. Raise your right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will accurately translate from English into Spanish and from Spanish into English to the best of your ability?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You can go back. Thank you. We are in Cerritos, California, and the date is Thursday, December 19th, 2019, and the time is approximately 11:25 a.m. My name is Josh Lambert, and I am the lead administrative law judge for this hearing. And my co-panelists today are Linda Chang and Lynn Dang.
Good morning.
Appellant and reps, could you please identify yourselves for the record?
My name is Terrence Moore for the appellant Martha Silva.
I'm Martha Silva.
All right.
My name is Aldo Ruiz, the interpreter.
And also Mr. DeCita.
We have, behind me is Mr. DeCita.
My name is Eugenio DeCita, as a witness.
Thanks.
And then behind me also is
Jaime Truseri.
Thank you. CDTFA, could you please introduce yourselves for the record?
My name is Scott Lambert, representing the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration. To my left is Lisa Renati, and to Ms. Renati's left is Dana Flanagan McBeth.
And I want to state for the record that there's no relation between me and Mr. Lambert. The issues in this appeal are whether any adjustments are warranted to the determined measure of tax and whether the fraud penalty was properly imposed. Appellant, do you agree to these issues?
Yes.
CDTFA, do you agree?
Yes.
Thank you. For the record, there was a concession made in correspondence dated December 11th, 2019. The CDTFA concedes the liability period covering April 1st, 2010 to March 31st, 2012. Therefore, the liability period at issue is April 1st, 2012 to March 31st, 2015. The parties agreed to the admission into evidence of appellant's exhibits 1 through 14 and CDTFA's exhibits A through B, and neither party had any objections to the admission of those exhibits. Appellant, is that still correct?
That is correct.
And CDTFA, that is correct.
That is correct.
Thank you, and I hereby admit those exhibits into the evidence. We will begin with appellant's argument, which should not exceed 30 minutes. CDTFA and the judges will then be allowed to ask questions if they wish. CDTFA can ask questions to the witnesses. Then CDTFA will make its presentation not to exceed 15 minutes, and the judges may ask questions. After that, appellant will have 30 minutes for rebuttal. So, appellant, this is your opportunity to explain your position, and we can swear in Ms. Silva at this moment, if that is okay.
And will I be able to have a closing after the rebuttal, or is that part of my
That would be your
rebuttal?
That 30 minutes is basically, you could have a closing and rebuttal, whatever you want to discuss during that time period.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Silva, can you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth,
¿Usted jura solemnemente o protesta decir la verdad,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad?
Lo juro.
I do.
Thank you. And when Mr. DeCita speaks, we could just swear him in, and you could you could go up to the appellant's table, and we could swear him in at that time when he's ready to speak. Okay, appellants, you may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Ms. Silva, when did you start your restaurants?
Señora Silva, ¿cuándo usted inició su restaurante?
En 1992.
In 1982.
And what was your role in your restaurants?
¿Y cuál era su papel en el restaurante?
Soy cocinera.
I'm a cooker.
Did you do any type of management at the restaurants?
¿Hacía algún tipo de gerencia o administración en el restaurante?
No.
No, I didn't.
What's your highest level of education in the United States?
¿Me puede decir cuál es el nivel más alto de educación que tienen aquí en los Estados Unidos?
Yo en los Estados Unidos no, pero en preparatoria en México.
Well, I didn't study here at the United States. Back in Mexico, I graduated from high school.
Did you complete high school in Mexico?
¿Completó la secundaria, la preparatoria?
No.
I couldn't complete.
I'm going to make references today to many of my questions, and they're all going to be regarding during the audit period, during the periods at audit. Do you understand that?
Entonces yo le voy a hacer algunas preguntas que tienen que ver con lo que sucedió durante el periodo que se ha auditado de los impuestos. ¿Entiende eso?
Sí.
Yes, I do.
So back during the audit period, and you were a cook at the restaurants. Wait, strike that. Let me come back to that. Have you ever taken any accounting classes?
Bueno, quisiera saber si usted alguna vez ha tomado algún tipo de clases de contabilidad. No, I don't.
Did you ever take any classes regarding sales tax?
¿Alguna vez ha tomado clases sobre impuestos sobre ventas?
No.
No, I haven't.
Have you ever read any materials on how to calculate sales tax?
¿Alguna vez ha leído algún material referente a cómo calcular los impuestos sobre las ventas?
No.
I haven't.
You can speak a little louder, that would be better.
Si usted puede hablar un poco más fuerte sería mejor.
Está bien.
It's okay.
Who taught you, if anybody, how to keep your sales tax records?
¿Quién le enseñó a usted para mantener todos sus registros de sus impuestos o declaraciones de impuestos?
Lo pregunté a otras personas que tenían negocios.
Well, I asked about that to other persons who had a business.
And what role did those other persons have? Were they business owners? Were they accountants?
Estas personas a las que usted preguntó cuál era su papel en esos restaurantes, ¿eran los dueños de los restaurantes? ¿Eran los que hacían la contabilidad en los restaurantes?
No, eran dueños de restaurantes.
Well,
Ellos me guiaron.
yeah, they were the owners of the restaurants. They guided me.
Did you, in essence, kind of learn how to report sales tax as you went along?
O sea, en esencia, usted aprendió a hacer esta declaración, las declaraciones de impuestos mientras estaba sola.
Repítame la pregunta.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Did you learn how to calculate sales? Excuse me. Did you learn how to prepare and calculate your sales tax based upon learning as you went?
o sea, usted aprendió a hacer los cálculos y a preparar las declaraciones de los impuestos sobre ventas basada básicamente en lo que usted aprendió mientras iba realizando sus actividades?
No.
No.
When you first got your sales permit, do you recall if you were handed any materials?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. When you first got your sales permit from the state, do you recall if you received any materials?
Muy bien, cuando usted llegó a recibir su permiso de ventas de parte del Estado, ¿usted recuerda haber recibido algún material informativo?
No. No escribo ni leo inglés, no.
No, I don't, because I don't write nor read English.
If those pamphlets would have been given to you in Spanish, would you have read them anyway?
Pero si estos documentos o panfletos se los hubieran entregado en español, ¿los hubiera leído de todas maneras?
No tenía tiempo, no, yo no leí nada.
I didn't have any time at that time, so I didn't read anything.
Were you ever involved in a furniture store?
¿Alguna vez usted ha estado involucrada en una tienda de muebles?
Sí.
Yes.
And what did you do for the furniture store?
¿Qué hacía en esta tienda de muebles?
Hablaba con los clientes, les trataba de vender los muebles que yo hacía, los hacía upholstery. Yo preparaba las sillas, separaba las telas. Me gustaba mucho hacer muebles.
Well, I used to talk to the clients or customers. Also, I went into sales of all the furniture that they made at the store. I was also involved in upholstery. I should, for example, I would separate the chairs and prepare them for sale. I really love that kind of work.
Did you ever report sales tax for the furniture store?
¿Alguna vez usted hizo declaraciones de impuestos para esta tienda de muebles?
Yo no lo hice.
I didn't.
Going back to the restaurants, did you have a daily schedule at Cactus 2 on a normal basis?
Usted tenía, volviendo al tema de los restaurantes, usted tenía una, vamos a decir, un horario, un programa que seguir diariamente?
Sí.
Yes.
And what was your schedule on a normal basis at Cactus 2 during the audit period?
Muy bien. ¿Y cómo era su horario regularmente en este Cactus 2?
En Cactus número 2 yo iba a las, depende, 6, 7 de la mañana, salía a las 12 y ese era mi cocinar. Yo cocinaba los frijoles, arroz, todo eso.
Well, I normally get into work around 6, 7 a.m. and I finish by noon, 12 p.m. I used to cook there, you know, beans, that kind of stuff.
After you left Cactus 2, where would you go?
Después de que usted dejó Cactus 2, ¿a dónde se fue?
Yo me iba a Cactus 1 y me quedaba 2 horas en Cactus 1 haciendo el inventario, limpiando, acomodando los refrigeradores. Yo revisaba todo, platicaba con clientes.
Inventario, ¿qué más?
Limpiaba refrigeradores, organizaba y luego platicaba con los clientes. Platico con los clientes.
Well, after that, I used to go to Cactus 1, and during 2 hours, I would do the inventory for the restaurant. I used to clean the fridge there and talk to the customers.
And after you were at Cactus 2 for about 2 hours, where would you go on a normal average basis?
Me iba a Cactus, de Cactus 1 me iba a Cactus 3 y me quedaba aproximadamente 1 hora revisando lo mismo, haciendo lo mismo, viendo que todos los restaurantes, la comida estuviera fresca, que todo estuviera safe, seguro. Y de ahí yo tenía que irme a recoger a mi hija. Yo me iba como a las 2:30 porque tenía que recoger a mi hija que salía a las 3 de la tarde.
Una hora en Cactus 3.
Sí, era aproximadamente.
Okay, so after Cactus 2, I would go to Cactus 3. So I worked there for 1 hour, around there, 1 hour, doing same things before. I used to verify that the food was fresh and everything safe, talk to the customers too, and I leave by 2:30 p.m. because I have to pick up my daughter.
And when did you add Cactus 3? Or when did you open Cactus 3?
¿Y cuándo usted abrió este Cactus 3?
En 2013, para ser más o menos entre 2013 a finales.
It was in 2013, I would say at the end of 2013.
At Vine,
more or less.
At Vine, did you ever stay and work past 10 p.m.?
Can you repeat the question?
At Vine, the restaurant located on Vine, did you ever work past 10 p.m.?
Muy bien, y en el restaurante que quedaba en Vine, ¿usted trabajaba luego de las 10 de la noche? ¿Llegaba a trabajar?
No, yo no podía, no.
No, I couldn't.
So you had 3 locations. Did you hire managers to operate your restaurants?
Bueno, ahora que usted tenía 3 ubicaciones de restaurantes, ¿usted contrató a administradores para que se encargaran de los restaurantes, de las ubicaciones?
Pues gente que me ayudaba, sí contraté.
Yes, I hired some people to help me.
Okay. Did you ever operate or run the POS system?
¿Alguna vez usted ha operado o manejado un sistema POS? No.
Did you hire any people to run the POS?
¿A usted ha contratado a alguien para que maneje este sistema POS?
Sí, las cajeras que son experimentadas, sí lo hice.
Yes, I did. I hired some cashiers that were experienced in the management of this system.
When did you buy your POS?
¿Cuándo compró el sistema POS?
En 2013.
2013.
And why did you buy your POS?
¿Y por qué compró este sistema POS?
Porque la línea, ellas me decían que la línea iba a ser más rápida, ellas iban a poder procesar más rápido y pues que iba a estar mejor.
Yeah, because they told me that the line will be faster, they could process the orders quickly, and that will improve the business.
Did the POS work well?
¿Y este sistema POS funcionó bien?
No estaba funcionando bien.
No, it wasn't working properly.
How often did it break down?
¿Cuán seguido se arruinaba?
Muchas veces teníamos problemas.
Many times we had problems. We used to have many problems with that.
Would you call the repairman? And what would you say?
¿Y qué es lo que hacía? ¿Llamaba a alguien para que lo repare? ¿Qué era lo que hacía?
La muchacha me decía a mí y yo le daba un teléfono para que le hablara a la persona y la persona llegaba y se arreglaba con ella y ya me hablaban y me decían, ¿sabes que ya arreglamos el problema?
Well, so the lady will let me know that this was going on, so I would give her a telephone number so she could reach this person who can fix the issue with the lady, and they will let me know that everything was fixed.
Okay, so we're running out of time. I'd like to get more to our, so if you can keep your answers a little shorter, that might be helpful.
Mire, como tenemos ya un corto tiempo, me gustaría que sus respuestas sean lo más cortas posible. Okay?
Did you ever instruct anyone to alter, erase, or remove information from POS?
¿Alguna vez usted instruyó a alguien que altere o borre información del sistema POS? No.
And did you use guest checks in your restaurant?
¿Usted utiliza cheques de clientes en su restaurante?
Sí.
Yes.
And what were your guest checks used for?
¿Y para qué se utilizan estos cheques de los clientes?
Nosotros hacemos órdenes para llevar. Las cajeras siempre están utilizándolos para que poner lo que hace falta. Y yo cuando voy a hacer mis cosas que tengo que sacar del refrigerador, yo apunto en esos cheques también. Y a veces contesto el teléfono y también lo rayo y se lo doy a la cajera.
Well, those are used in order to manage the orders to go or to take out. The cashiers also use those checks, and myself, I use those checks when I am reviewing the things that are inside the fridges, and also if I receive an order, I will put it in the checks.
Phone call, la llamada.
When our phone calls.
Is Exhibit 14 a copy of a guest check?
La prueba número, el elemento de prueba número 14 es una fotocopia de este tipo de cheque de cliente.
Sí,
Yes.
esa es la que es.
Yes, that is the one.
Did your restaurants experience any theft on a normal basis?
¿Su restaurante experimentaba robos en alguna ocasión o forma regular?
Sí, los experimentó.
Yes, we had a lot of theft.
I would like to turn to Exhibit 9.
Me gustaría ir a
Do you recognize this exhibit?
¿Usted reconoce lo que está en el elemento de prueba número 9?
Claro que sí, esto es mío.
Yes, of course, this is mine.
And what is this document?
¿Y qué es este documento, señor?
Esto yo lo hago diario que me entregan papeles, yo lo escribo.
Well, I do this daily. Daily they gave me some paperwork and I write on that.
And who would give you the paperwork?
¿Quién le da este documento?
Yo lo hago.
I do this paperwork.
I'm sorry.
Yo lo hago.
This is your handwriting?
Todo esto es su manuscrito, usted lo ha
Sí,
escrito.
yo lo escribo.
And how often?
Todo el documento.
Sí, yo escribo esto.
Yes, I write everything.
And how often would you write this document?
¿Y cuán seguido escriben estos documentos?
Todos los días.
Every day.
And did this document record all your sales?
¿Y esto registra todas sus ventas?
Sí, todo lo que me entregan las cajeras yo lo pongo aquí.
Yes, everything that the cashiers gave me, I recorded here.
And what would the cash registers give you the sales receipt and the guest checks?
Y también las cajeras le entregan los recibos de las ventas, así como también los cheques de los clientes.
Claro que sí, y aquí van.
Yes, of course, and I record all that here.
Did you have notebooks like this to be presented to the auditor during the audit period?
¿Y usted tiene como cuadernos de esto que le presenta a los auditores cuando hacen la auditoría?
Sí, yo le mostré y me dijo que era una basura, que no quería eso.
Well, I showed to the person this, and the person told me that this was a trash, that he or she didn't want to have it.
Is that the auditor?
¿Estamos hablando del auditor?
Sí.
Yes.
And although these records are for 2019, did you have very similar records to these for the audit period?
Sí.
Yes.
No further questions for this witness. I'd like to call Mr. DeSeta, please.
No tengo más para usted.
Thank you.
Do you think maybe if you want to pause, we could have the department ask Ms. Silva any questions, or the judges, then while she's up here with the interpreter, maybe more easy.
Of course.
Okay. CDTFA, if you have any questions of Ms. Silva.
No questions.
Judge Gang, do you have any questions?
Just some brief questions for you, Ms. Silva. Do you happen to know why some of the sales for the Cactus restaurants were not processed through the POS?
Tengo algunas preguntas para usted, señora. Quisiera saber por qué algunas de las ventas del restaurante Cactus no fueron registradas en el sistema POS.
Muchas veces el sistema de POS no estaba trabajando correctamente y no pasaban las ventas, pero sí las escribían.
Well, sometimes the POS system didn't work properly, so they couldn't use it. So, anyways, we record the sales manually.
I just want to make sure that I understand correctly. Based on what you've just testified to, you were recording your sales based on reports that came from the POS. Is that correct?
Solo para tener claro, usted registraba todas las ventas que hacía basada en lo que se registraba en el POS. ¿Es eso correcto?
Sí, pero también me daban los papeles que ellas tenían ahí cuando la cosa esa no estaba trabajando, y me daban eso y yo lo anotaba y hacía una calculación y lo ponía en mis papeles.
Well, yes, but when the system wasn't working, I received anyways the paperwork, hard copies from the ladies, so I could write it down, everything, and do the calculations accordingly.
Okay. And I have one other question. When the POS system was reset on a monthly basis, how come no backups were kept of those records or printouts were made? Was there some reason for that?
Cada vez que usted hacía un reseteo del sistema POS mensualmente, ¿por qué no imprimía todas las cosas para tenerlas como respaldo?
Yo no hacía eso. Yo no entiendo el POS. Yo nunca hice nada de eso. A mí me lo daban. Yo nunca hice eso.
I don't understand much about the system. I really didn't use it myself. I just received what they gave me.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Judge Chang, do you have any questions?
Just a couple. Ms. Silva, did the POS system, it had consistent problems throughout the whole audit period, is that correct?
Tengo un par de preguntas, señora Silva. El sistema POS tuvo problemas consistentemente durante todo el periodo del auditaje.
Sí, era un sistema viejo, no era un sistema bueno. Esto es lo que me dijeron a mí, que tenía yo que tener un sistema mejor, que tenía muchos problemas.
Yes, in fact, this was an old system, not really good, is what they told me, and yeah, I should have another one better.
So you looked into getting a better one, a different one?
¿Usted buscó tener uno mejor, uno diferente?
Sí, ya tenemos uno mejor.
Yes, right now we have a new one, better.
Were you concerned at all that using the POS machine and the guest checks, at the same time might have created some accuracy in reporting issues?
¿Usted se da cuenta o está consciente que el utilizar el sistema o la máquina del POS y también los cheques de cliente podrían ocasionar problemas de precisión a la hora de obtener las cuentas?
La razón que se maneja mi restaurante es que hay mucha llamada por teléfono y hay que contestar las llamadas por teléfono y usar esa clase de notas porque se te cancelan muchas órdenes. La gente no llega por las órdenes y tienes que pasarla en el sistema y eso se queda ahí y yo no lo tengo por qué tener porque yo no lo vendí el producto.
Well, the reason why we use...
Las cajeras no vendieron el producto porque yo no lo hago.
Well, the reason why I use these guest checks is because my restaurants operate with a lot of phone calls, and those phone calls ordering things, sometimes the customer don't come to pick, the customer doesn't come to pick up the food or just cancel later the order. So for me, it is a problem to put it in the system, because if I recorded those calls on the system, they will remain there, and I don't know why this kind of transaction would be there if I am not selling, in fact, the food, you know. Well, not myself, but because I don't prepare the food.
So you didn't think it was a problem using both the POS and the guest checks?
Entonces, para usted eso no era un problema utilizar tanto el sistema POS y los cheques de clientes. Eso para usted no era un problema.
No, porque al tomar la orden, llegaba el cliente y ellas tenían que registrar la orden y pegarla a la orden y dármela a mí. Eso es lo correcto.
No, because when they write down those orders, when the client come and they would record the sale and give it to me with the all paperwork. That would be the correct way to proceed with this.
Okay. Did you ever find out what the problem was with the old POS machine?
¿Usted al final descubrió cuál era el problema con la máquina de POS que tenía la vieja?
No, yo no me acercaba, yo le tengo miedo a los POS hasta la fecha, pero yo dejaba que las cajeras que sabían se arreglaran con el técnico, era lo más correcto.
Well, I really don't know. I'm really scared about the POS up to date. I'm scared of those machines. So I would let the cashiers that knew about the system work with the technician to fix the problems. So I don't know.
Okay, and when did you finally replace the POS, the old one?
¿Cuándo finalmente usted reemplazó el sistema POS?
Cuando tuvimos un poco más de dinero, que fue que acordamos que teníamos que reemplazarlas porque de plano ya no se podía. Fue un señor que fue y nos ofreció los POS por abonos y se llamaba Rodolfo.
Well, when we had some money and we were in contact with a gentleman, from a gentleman who gave us the system in payments, you know.
Agarrábamos lo compramos.
So we took it and bought it.
When? What year?
¿Cuándo? ¿Qué año?
No estoy segura si fue en el 2014, entre el 2014, algo así.
I'm not quite sure it was 2014. It was somewhere around 2014.
So as of 2014, you started using the new POS, and did you have any problems starting then?
Bueno, si en el año 2014 usted ya se hizo de nuevo el sistema POS, a partir de entonces, ¿ha tenido algún problema?
Yo no tengo los problemas porque yo no sé el sistema de POS, lo vuelvo a repetir. Las cajeras son las que me dan la información y ellas han menos frecuentes problemas ha habido.
Well, I don't have myself problems with the system because, like I said before, are the cashiers the ones who really take care of the system. But definitely there were less problems with the new system.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, one brief follow-up question. I wasn't quite clear on what the problem was with the POS. You had made some references to it being unreliable. I wonder if you could perhaps elaborate on that.
Bueno, yo sí tengo una pregunta de seguimiento un poco más. No me ha quedado claro cuál era el problema con este sistema de POS. Usted ha mencionado algo que no era muy seguro, no se podía depender mucho de él, pero ¿cuál era su problema con él? ¿Cuál era el problema con el sistema?
Pues el problema era de que ellos no trabajaban y llegaba el técnico y lo arreglaba. Ese era el problema. y fallaba mucho, demasiado.
Well, the main problem that the system used to not work, just that, and so the technician would come and fix it up and put to work again the system, and that happened very often.
Y las cajeras eran las que me hablaron.
And the cashiers will let me know that.
So I'm wondering if that was the case, do you have an explanation for why on certain days sales were processed through the POS? Some customers would receive the receipt from the POS and others would not. And then following that, another customer would receive a sale. So that would indicate that the system was, it appears at least to me, that it would be operating during that period.
Y eso, ¿cómo podría explicar el hecho de que, por ejemplo, en un solo día, en el mismo día, algunos clientes recibían el recibo del POS, pero el siguiente no lo hacía? Y esto, ¿cómo podría explicar que en un momento funcionara y en otro no?
Eso yo no lo sé. Yo no sé qué era lo que los clientes recibían o no recibían. Yo solamente me decían que el sistema no servía y yo les daba el número del señor para que le hablaran. Yo no tengo ahí estar pegada con él. Yo no soy cajera.
Well, I really don't know what happened because I don't work with the system personally. So I just received the, you know, the news that the system wasn't working. So when I received that notice, I would give the cashier the number of the technician so he could help us with the system. But I really don't know really what was going on all the time because I am not a cashier.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. Is there any evidence or receipts to indicate repairs that were made to the POS system?
Yo tengo una pregunta. ¿Usted tiene alguna prueba o recibos de las reparaciones que se hicieron al sistema POS?
No, yo no tengo prueba de eso porque él cobraba ahí y la cajera le daba dinero y le cobraba poco y le daba dinero.
Yeah, I have no receipt for that service because the technician would go to the place, fix the things up, and the cashier will pay him some money. It wasn't that much.
And the repairs that were made, were they due to the deletion of orders and from the POS system? Were things being deleted? Was that one of the problems that she was getting repairs for?
Y las reparaciones tenían que ver con el hecho, por ejemplo, de que se borraban transacciones del sistema. ¿Ese era el tipo de reparaciones que hacía el técnico?
No, yo no sé. Yo no estaba ahí. Vuelvo a repetir, yo no soy cajera. Yo no sé lo que hacían. Ellos reparaban y decían, ya está listo, ya puede trabajar. Y ellas trabajaban, no yo. Yo cocinaba.
Well, I really don't know what they would do with the system. I repeat again, I wasn't a cashier, I was the cooker, so I didn't know exactly what was going on with the repairment. They just let me know that the thing was working, but working again, that's it.
Then how were you aware that there was a problem with the POS system?
Pero y entonces, ¿cómo usted estaba consciente de que había un problema con él?
Siempre me estaban llamando. Todo el tiempo me llaman.
They always call me. All the time they are calling.
Okay. That's it for questions. So, Mr. Moore, you can proceed.
Could I have a few questions to address the questions that you asked?
Yeah, I'll put you, that's fine, yeah.
I'll try to be quick. Ms. Silva, did you ever use the POS system?
Señora Silva, ¿usted alguna vez utilizó el sistema POS?
No.
No.
Did you buy the new POS system after the audit?
¿Usted compró el sistema de POS después del periodo de auditaje?
No. Después de la
You answered the question. I want you to move along.
Could we have that translated?
Yes.
A ver, dime.
Le vuelvo a preguntar, ¿usted compró el equipo de POS nuevo después del periodo de auditaje?
Sí, cuando ya no servía el sistema viejo.
Yes, when the old system didn't work anymore.
Were the employees authorized to use guest checks when the POS system was working?
El personal del restaurante estaba autorizado para utilizar estos cheques de cliente cuando el sistema de POS no estaba funcionando?
Sí, estaban autorizados a tomar órdenes por teléfono y a usarlos para poderlos seguir trabajando.
Yes, they were authorized to use these checks, guest checks, when they could take orders by phone or when the system wasn't working.
Were they authorized to use guest checks when the POS system was working for orders other than a phone-in order?
Y estaban autorizados a utilizar esos cheques de cliente cuando el sistema estaba funcionando para cosas que no fueran las llamadas por teléfono?
No, no estaban autorizados.
No, they were not authorized to that.
Did you ever fire an employee for using the guest checks when the POS system was working and it was not for a phone?
Sí.
Yes.
Why?
Sí, porque yo me di cuenta que estaba robando.
Because I noticed that this person was robbing me.
And approximately how much theft did you have a month in the store, restaurants?
Again, the question?
Approximately how much theft did you experience in your restaurants on a monthly basis?
¿Y usted cuánto siente que le estaban robando por mes aproximadamente?
Mucho.
¿Cuánto?
Sí, mucho. Me estaban robando aproximadamente entre $8,000 y $10,000.
Yeah, it was a lot of money, around $8,000 to $10,000.
And was it the use of the guest checks that you found out that your employees were using that to steal from the company?
¿Y usted piensa que es el uso de estos cheques de clientes lo que los empleados estaban utilizando para robar esa cantidad de dinero?
Muy probable, sí.
Very probably, yes.
I point you back to your notebooks. Did you include all of the guest checks and the POS receipts into your notebooks when you made your journals?
Muy bien, quiero volver a sus cuadernos de anotaciones. ¿Usted incluía todos los cheques de cliente y los registros del sistema de POS en su registro diario?
Sí, sí lo hacía.
Yes, I did it.
Was it your journals that you considered the most accurate records for the reporting of sales tax?
¿Y usted considera que esto, su libro diario, es lo más exacto para declarar, por ejemplo, lo que debe pagar por impuestos de venta?
Sí.
Yes, yes, I do.
Did you ever instruct anybody on the POS system to make a monthly backup?
¿Alguna vez le pidió a alguien que estuviera encargado del POS System hacer un respaldo mensual de la información que había en el sistema?
No.
No.
No further questions.
No tengo más.
Okay, you can proceed with the rest of your presentation.
Thank you. I'd like to call Mr. DeSita, please.
¿Hay cajas, no?
No, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Please stand and raise your right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. DeSita, what is your profession?
I'm a business consultant and business management.
Were you present at any of the audits for the appellant?
Yes,
And how many?
all of them.
And were you representing her during that time?
Yes, I did.
Were you being paid for being here today?
Not at all.
Do you still work for the appellant?
No, not at all.
Are you familiar with the appellant's understanding and use of the POS system during the audit period? And if so, can you tell us?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, are you familiar with the appellant's understanding, use and capability with the POS system during the audit period?
Yes. I'm just going to rephrase some statements that Ms. Marta did because I was representing her at the time and I did my assessment towards the POS. The problem was consistent with the computer, not with the POS software, which is different things. One is the hardware, one is the software.
I'm gonna object to him clarifying another witness's testimony. He can testify as to what he knows personally, but he cannot redo her testimony based on his interpretation of what she said.
Okay, well, we'll note that and take into consideration when we're discussing evidence amongst ourselves and give it an appropriate weight, whatever that is. But we'll let him discuss what he wants at this time. Allow him to speak and then discuss it later in terms of weighting. Okay, proceed.
Right, I'm just briefly going to tell my assessment. So I realized there was a difference between the POS and the hardware, and that was the main issue at the point. So the data provided to the board at the time was basically the only backup existing on computer. And the reason for it was because of the computer malfunction. The POS itself as a software works fine. They didn't have any issue at all. So the data existing on a computer was the only one they had, so the board could do the assessment for the audit. And when I talked to Ms. Marta, she explained to me that she used mainly the POS to facilitate the sales because she didn't know exactly what the POS was to record the sales. So that's why she did a double work using handwrite books all the time. So she relied more on her notebooks daily.
Were you at the August 10th, 2015 audit meeting with the BOE the department conducted?
Yes, I was.
And have you read the report, the audit reports from Mr. Gomez as to what occurred during that, their position as to what occurred during that day?
Yes, I did, and this is one of the reasons that I'm here because I was really surprised at the report from Ms. Gomez because I did work side by side since the first time that they came to my office. And I noticed there was few mislead statements at the moment, even use myself admitting that I mentioned the word manipulation of data, which was never used. We did agree on a point that the technician used to fix the computer by using the cheapest way to fix it, which is the erase the memory of the computer. That was admitted at the meeting, but never the POS data, which is, I'm trying to just clarify that it's two different things.
Was there, in that meeting on August 10th, that the appellant indicate that she instructed any repairman to erase, alter, or delete any information from the system?
Not at all. She and myself, because I did a translation to Mr. Marta, and she mentioned that the same statements that she used to get calls and she used to give a number for the repairman to go to the site and repair the POS system, which is that case, repair the computer malfunction. And during the period audit, Mr. Lopez presents a few times the computer being freezing and not working properly. And we have to wait hours before we even get the data.
Was there any conversation, or did the appellant make any statements in that meeting regarding a USB or backup as to the system?
Ms. Marta mentioned that she might have some backups on USB, which she didn't know what was USB. I had to explain to her that it's a flash drive that the technician may give it to her. And she mentioned at audit that she used to keep everything in a storage, which is the furniture store that she has in Burbank. that has a damage, which she proved to the BOE that there was a groundwater damage that she lost all the archives.
Was it your understanding at the audit period, at the time of the audit, that the appellant had a good understanding with computers?
No, not at all.
Did she have a good is your understanding that she had a good understanding on the sales reporting requirements required of her?
Not at all. Actually, the taxpayer didn't know how to compute the sales taxes. So many times we have to go over the numbers because at one point our manual was include taxes. So the report that she used to do was completely misunderstood because when the gross was include taxes, there's a certain way to calculate the net so they can subtract from the gross to calculate the taxes. She didn't follow those steps. She was guided or misled by friends that just take a percentage of the taxes, of those numbers, and just pay the taxes. That was my understanding.
Was it your understanding that she was calculating the sales tax based upon advice of another professional?
Correct. Which is something that I rephrased to the board, that the meeting that we had the first time, they should approach Ms. Marta as a forum to educate her, not to threat her to accept what she did. And that was clear at the meeting, which is 3 members of the board was present, that there was no fraud talked about at that meeting, just cooperation so they can understand how she miscalculates the taxes.
In that meeting, did she make any admission as that she might have made a mistake, she might have miscalculated?
She did. She did, and actually I did translate the part that I was like, she might underreport because she didn't know how to calculate. But at that point, we was trying to figure out a way why the discrepancy was the huge amount.
Was she admitting the fact that she intentionally reported, or that it was a
For my own assessment, she didn't have a clue. She was clueless what she was doing at that point.
Do you recall in that meeting she said that she instructed her employees to alternate between the POS and the guest checks when the POS system was working?
No, I did not hear she say that.
Mr. Mart, I think we're getting about 2 minutes away from 30 minutes, so if you wanted to go longer, we could just have your second period of 30 minutes be reduced by whatever.
That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you. I have no further questions for Mr. DeSeta at this time.
Mr. Lambert, do you have any questions for the witness?
No questions.
I have one question. I'm sorry. Since you were aware, or you testified that you were present during the audit and you were translating for Ms. Silva, did she ever mention any police reports that were filed from the thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars she testified that were stolen from her?
No, just verbally.
Judge Ding, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Judge Chang, do you have any questions?
Mr. DeSeta, when did you come to help Ms. Silva? When did you start helping her?
That was after they received the letter of audit, they contacted my office, I believe it was 2014.
So around April 2015,
yes,
something
right
like
after
that?
they received the letter, correct.
So this is, what you testified to is information you gathered after the fact it's not, the recipient's not, you weren't there when all this was actually happening. You were told that the POS system was fine, that the computer had problems, or did you personally see that the computer had problems?
Personally, I saw some of the computers because at that point they have 3 locations, and I presenced myself with a member of the BOE malfunctioning computers, which is after 2 months they replaced 2 or 3 computers that they should have receipts to show you that, show you.
So were the computers in any way connected to the POS, or are we talking about personal computers to do bookkeeping and word processing, you know?
No, the computers basically, the software, which is the POS software which they use, Aldello, run through the computers. So it has to have some sort of specs in order to be well functional, which is at that time they rather save money, they purchased like old computers with old touch screens, and that was one of the main reasons that the computer didn't work well, so the POS didn't function all the time.
So we're talking about just PCs, personal computers that you used the POS software on.
It's a special computer with special specs with the touch screens that you have to input the orders.
Okay.
And you load the software into the computer, so that way you make the sales, or you use the computer as a POS. This sort of an integration.
And what was actually replaced? Was it the POS machine that was replaced, or the computers?
The software is still the same, which is Aldello, and the computers was replaced.
Okay, got it. Okay, that's all I have.
Okay. I just have a question. Maybe you could explain, or if you know, why erasing the memory on the computer would fix it.
On a point of view, erasing the computer fix the problem. I can't say is that the correct way to do it, but a lot of technicians, that's the easiest way. If you have a computer which is 2.5 gigahertz or RAM memory, after accumulate certain data, you have to erase to make the processor go faster. So it's a lot of practice for a lot of technicians.
Okay. I think I have no more questions, so I think you can proceed with your presentation.
I'd like to recall the appellant for a quick question, please.
Yes, that's fine.
I just want to ask one more another question. Did you ever make a police report regarding any thefts in your business?
Muy bien, tengo una pregunta rápida que deseo hacerle. ¿Usted alguna vez hizo un reporte policial sobre alguna de las pérdidas o robos que sufrió en su negocio?
Sí, una vez.
Yes, I did it once.
Why only once?
¿Por qué solamente uno?
Porque me demandó la persona que le hice el reporte.
Because this person who I reported against, he sued me.
Did you have to end up paying money because of that lawsuit?
¿Usted terminó pagándole dinero por la demanda que le hizo?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you made any of the police reports after that time?
¿Y alguna vez hizo otro reporte policial después de esa ocasión?
Yo no quise hacer.
I didn't want to do it again.
Why not?
¿Por qué no?
Porque me cobran dinero.
Because I lost money.
And you didn't want to get sued?
¿Y no quiere que la vuelvan a demandar?
No.
I don't want.
No further questions.
CDTFA, do you have any further questions?
We do not.
Judge Dean, do you have any further questions?
No questions.
No questions.
Okay.
Thank you. We'd like to call Jaime Terceri, please. He's here for argument as far as why we think the numbers should be different. So,
Okay.
I don't know if it's going into our rebuttal or.
I think it's about a little over 30 minutes now, so according to my clock. So I'll just reduce your rebuttal time by however we go over 30 minutes.
That's fine. We'll work within the time allotted.
Okay, thank you.
Do our best.
Apologize for the late to get the paper sorted. name is Jaime Truceri, as it was stated. I was retained back in August of 2015 by Mr. DeSeta, at that time Mrs. Martha's financial consultant in handling the audit. The reason for that I was retained is because I had my experience. I have 32 years with at that time was the Board of Equalization, now the CDTFA. And so I was hired to evaluate the audit, to look at the audit working papers that were presented at what sometimes termed the exit conference that was held in, I believe it was in August, and papers and audit working papers that were presented to Mr. DeSeta and later to Mrs. Silva. So I did my assessment, and basically what I have determined that you know the department did what is called an indirect approach, and I don't think there's any issue with that. They have the right to do that, especially when they feel that the records might not be reliable and so forth. So they did that. So I didn't see any issue with that. However, I did see the issue with the fact that the department is well aware that an indirect approach has many factors. And a lot of these factors have a potential of affecting the final result. One of the items I did when I reviewed the audit working papers initially that were presented, I felt that there were some crucial factors that were not considered in the audit. To kind of just explain what the indirect audit approach was, basically trying to determine, okay, what is the selling price or the average selling price at a particular time. In this case, it was used in 2015. The auditor was able to compute what is the average selling price of an item, or the overall, I'm sorry. And then they also had to, of course, determine what is the average number of transactions that you're going to apply this average selling price. And then taking those factors and computing what they feel is that the total sales or the taxable sales that you should have been reporting for that period. So the department originally took April and May to establish what the average selling price was. Later, they did another test was done that was back in November of 2015. And as they computed, when they took these things for that period, they took the average number of transactions for August, September, and October of 2014. They took the average selling price that was computed in 2015, and they used these two factors to determine what the audited taxable sales would be compared to what was reported, and they came up with a percentage of error. The initial percentage of error was something like 415% of error, which they just, of course, went back and applied it going back to 2000. Originally it was 2012. Once they recommended a fraud, it was 2 more years were added, and it of course was extended and projected to 2010. That was their method. When I saw examined the initial preliminary report that was discussed in August 2015, something struck me very odd. The auditor had taken not the average selling price, he took the highest price in their computation. In so doing, by taking the highest price, the assessment that was presented was inflated by the audited taxable sales were almost inflated by over $2 million. That's where the same I presented with him, and we called a meeting with the auditor to express what my recommendations would be, and those recommendations basically has to do with the fact that when you look at a business and you're looking at average selling prices, you have to consider the fact that prices tend to change. And if you're going to go back to 2010, the average selling prices in 2010 definitely are not the average selling prices in 2015. Same thing applies with the average number of transactions. the average number of transactions that they computed in 2014 would have not been the same amount of transactions back in 2010 or 12 on there. And so those factors, there has to be some kind of adjustment made for these factors as you go in time. The auditor did agree, later he did agree to make an adjustment for the, what we call a price variance. He compared it, I believe it was, let me see my notes here. He took the fourth quarter 2014 and the August 2015, those two periods, and say there's an 8.16% variance in price. And he took that and applied it to the audit. There was nothing done or any effort made by the department to try to make any adjustments for the average number of transactions going back in time. Due to time constraint, I'm gonna try to, I'll show you what exhibit, what I did, but what I just stated as the adjustment that when I said that is very critical, that all factors that are considered, they have a large potential of in the results. This is an example. This, like I said, this 8.16% of price adjustment had an over $2 million effect on the results. So with that in mind, basically, Mr. DeSeta asked me to compute and how can we compute a price variance going back in time. We tried to get historical menus, which would be the thing in order for us to compute that. And then also I tried to consider how can we reflect an adjustment in the average number of transactions we go back in time. So I've done that. I believe that the board had in its possession enough information that they should have been able to do that. They went, and when one of their contentions was that they found historical records in Yelp where customers had posted. So they had it available to them historical menus, which they could have computed a price variance per year as depending on the menus. Well, I've done this. I've taken the menus that were found in Yelp and I've computed a price variance going back per year. And then I also have come, as far as the number, the other factor, which is the average number of transactions, that's a little tougher to have that. But the only thing that I feel that it would be fair and would have been hopefully acceptable is that we looked at the bank accounts. And so what we did is I looked at the bank accounts and determined what is the relationship or the amount of deposits going back from 2012 to 2015 to actually 2014 when they had computed the average number of transactions. And I took that relationship of deposits during their test period, which was August, September, and October. What were the deposits at that time in the bank? What were the deposits back in 2012 and 13? I computed that ratio and computed a variance. So, and you will see that in my exhibit. Now, I believe that it's unfortunate that the department did have this available, especially when you're considering and you're thinking that there might be fraud involved. Every information that you have available should be utilized, and if anything, to the advantage of the taxpayer, because she's facing fraud. That's a big one. And the burden of proof, as the department knows, is on the department to prove fraud. So, and there's one more thing that I think that before I get into my exhibits, that I feel that is a big factor and that was neglected by the department. And I'll read that from, I'm going to read from chapter 8 of the department's audit manual. on section 1, 810.35. It says, regardless of the audit procedures used by the auditor, if a tax deficiency has been established, an alternative method must be used and documented in the audit working paper to support the reasonableness of the audit findings. This is generally referred to as reasonableness evaluation under section 803.15 of the same chapter, which in part reads, the preferred method for the reasonableness evaluation is an analysis of the taxpayer's net income. In other words, you take what the taxpayer is showing as net income, you come up with you add the assessment that you're coming up with, which in this case was over $8 million, and you look at the things of his net, basically analyze your net worth to make sure that the department's policy is to make sure that what you're doing is reasonable. The department did not do that, and not provide an alternative method to support their conclusion and their results. Like I said, I went back and computed what I feel would be a proper adjustment going back in time for the average selling price and for the average number of transactions going back. And I tried to use the same format as the auditor, so to make it more understandable. So I went ahead and computed an average price based on the menus. I did that for every year, 2012, 2013, so forth. So based on the menu. So the exhibits that I'm going to use is Exhibit 5, and that's page 1 through 26. And there's also Exhibit 6, page 1 through 16. Yeah, and also Exhibit 13, page 101. Now, due to time constraint, the schedules that are prepared in those exhibits are self-explanatory, but I'll go through maybe 1 year, and you let me know if I should go through other periods. But if we just take 2012, for instance, which is Exhibit 5, page 1 of 26, which is the computation, which it started out in column D. Column D has the average price that was established in the audit. And by the way, there was like I mentioned before, the department did a test in April and May. It came up with an average selling price. Then they felt that that was not a valid test, and so they did another one, which included, I believe it was November 2015, for 3 months. It was a 3.5 month. My position has been that you did one test, you did a second test, in order to establish an average. The more transactions you have available to compute that average, the better it is. So I believe that those two tests should have been combined, and that's what's represented here in my schedule on column D, instead of just taking eliminating or not using one and just using one test. So that's my representation on D. And as you look at column E, there's the 2012 percent of average price variance of 12.83. The way that was computed is by taking the menu, and if you look at Exhibit 5, page 2, 3, 4, and 5, that's the detail. That's basically comparing the prices that the department had back in 2015 that they did. I compared it to 2012 menu prices, And as you see on column, on the bottom of page 5 of Exhibit 5, there's a 12.83 variance that was found between 2012 and 2015. That is applied here, and so that gives you that, in other words, the average price in 2015 is decreased by 12.83%, which is column F, which is, you see $1.42, $1.52, and gives you the average price in 2012 of 9.65 and 10.30. I might want to mention that there's only 2 locations at that time in 2012. The Moore Park location was not open yet until 2013, so I did not include it here. That was another error in the part of the department. They assumed all 3 locations, the percentage error was just applied going back without any consideration with the fact that when you have opened another location, obviously your average number of transactions are also going to increase because now you've got another location. So this is the thing that's what's so important to be able to consider the fact and an adjustment for the average number of transactions. So you can see my computations there. That the next factor, of course, is the average number of transactions that we're going to apply the average selling price to. And in this case, the department had, as you look at column K, for those 2 locations, they had determined there's a average number of transactions based on August, September, and October of 38,138 and 20,779 for those 2 locations. Okay, but this is 2014. So how are we going to make this adjustment going back to 2012? And the way that I did is, once again, is based on bank statements. So if you look at Exhibit 5, page 7, there's a bank deposit comparison. And when we compare the number of deposits in 2012, we only happen to have bank deposits from July to December 2012, and you can compare that to the deposits that were made in 2014 of 123,889. You can see the variance in deposits. In this case, for the 6 months is 48.96 of the deposits. That I used over here to reflect on the fact that the department had come up with audited number of transactions, and in this case, if you look at the combined 2 locations of 58,917, and I'm saying that you have to adjust the average number of transactions by 48.96% to come up with what would be the applicable number of transactions for 2012 for those 2 locations. You take that, and now you have the average number of transactions that I came up with. You have the average selling price. You multiply, you come up with what you projected that the sale should have been. In this case, we're looking for 2012. We look at 285,033 for that quarter. That's just a quarter. And then when we look at the total audited sales, would be for the 2012 would be 855. The amount that was reported was 424,000. There's a difference of 430,000, which computes to 101% of understatement for 2012, which we use in our projection for 12. I did the same thing for 13, 14, and the other periods. It's pretty much the same procedure, same method. So I'll let Mr. Moore know if he wants me to go on due to the constraint of time, but my schedule, my exhibit there is pretty self-explanatory, and the procedure is the same that I did for all the years.
CHFA, do you have any questions?
We do not.
Oh, actually.
I had one brief question. I'm having a difficult time understanding, I believe it's the relationship between the variance and the bank deposits, how you tie that to the variance in the number of transactions which occurred?
Like I said, that one was a difficult. We had to have the only source that I feel could be reliable and that could be maybe acceptable to the department, because of what we've had the discussion with the department as far as, okay, how can we come up with the only thing that is available that is as far as records is the bank deposits, that we can go back there. So you look at the relationship. So in August, September, and October, if we look at schedule exhibit 5, page 7. So I'm comparing. Okay.
I mean, I understand how you arrived at the numbers. I just don't understand how you're making the assumption that because bank deposits were less, there are also fewer transactions. Is it not also possible the taxpayer perhaps just deposited less cash during that period, or that the variance is also due to the price variance that you're asserting occurred during that period?
Well, like I said, that this is the best. I'm not saying that it's perfect in the way that we wish we had going back historically. Like for the price variance, you have the menus. These are menus that were accepted by the department because they found them on Yelp. And I use that, so that's what I use. In this case, unfortunately, we need to find an activity or something that we can kind of be able to compare with the current trend. So the activity in this case was just bank deposits. The fact that, well, you don't know if she had deposited her habit of deposit, but the same thing applies when the department projects the percentage of error that they did in 2015. They figured, well, there's a pattern here. There's a pattern, so we have the right to project it back because we've identified a pattern. Well, we asked that, well, on the bank deposits, there could be that same pattern. You tend to deposit, you take so many, most of the time when you don't deposit cash in this industry, it's because you're using cash to pay your vendors, your employees, and so forth. And the rest goes in the bank.
I understand your position. Let's forget about the deposits for a moment, but how do we know there's not overlap between the price variance in this case and the number of transactions based on, the reduced number of deposits?
I don't know.
Wouldn't there be naturally some overlap in that case?
Well, there could be an overlap, but just that my position was, and my assessment was that we know that when somebody has 2 locations, and then they add a 3rd location, and they're expanding their business, the average number of transactions will also increase significantly. How do we determine that? Like I said, the only thing we can have here is the bank statement. If there was something else, I definitely would have used it, but this is the only thing that records or source that we have in order to compute. But that adjustment, I feel, it has to be made because it's common sense that you cannot have the same average number of transactions in 2014 going back to 2010. 4 years, it changes.
But your calculations do not account for the fact that there could have been also a price variance that explains the reduced number of deposits.
No, it doesn't.
Thank you. No further questions.
Judge Chang?
No questions.
I just had one question. You said you used Yelp menus, but you also mentioned historical menus. So I was wondering, on these calculations, are they only using Yelp menus?
Yeah, it's only Yelp, but this was based on our hearing. The department, we had a hearing. We submitted. We tried to get menus from Mr. DeSaita, tried to get them from the printer, and some of them he did not identify them as to what year. Was hard to identify, but originally those numbers were given to me. Then in the hearing that the department disclosed, and this was the first time we had heard, was, well, the reason we did not accept your historical menus is because we found in Yelp this menu or this menu. So I say, okay, fine. So I went to Yelp, and of course Yelp is postings by customers. Is what it is. They random take pictures, they post everything in there. And so I was able to, make a copy. If it was, we found a posting in 2012, then we assume that manual belongs in 2012. Same thing for 13 or 14. And so that's when I say, and they're still considered historical manuals because they're from going back in time.
Okay, so you're just using the Yelp menus?
Right now, it's only the Yelp menu.
So if you have a 2013 Yelp menu, you're using that for 2013?
Correct.
Okay, that's all.
And the copies of the menus are as part of my exhibits through there.
Okay, yeah, I saw it. Okay, that's all the questions that we have. And
if I might mention, I forgot to mention that also, there was one more exhibit that it pretty much summarizes and once again, it's based on the same format as the department's audit working papers, but exhibit 13, page 101, basically summarizes what I found as far as the percentage of error by period.
Okay.
And so.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Moore, I'm at 50 minutes, so that would leave 10 minutes left for a rebuttal. Did you want to continue, or would you like to save some time for after CTFA speaks?
I would like to save some time.
Okay.
Thank you.
So CTFA, you have 15 minutes. You can proceed when you're ready.
I'm ready. There's a lot here, but I will delve into as much as I can broadly, and if you have questions afterwards, I'll be available to take it. But in this particular case, the office that conducted this audit was looking into taxpayers in the restaurant industry that underreport their tax, and what they found is a lot of frequently taxpayers use what's called zappers, and what it is an audit program that will systematically eliminate sales out of your system. So you can set it to whatever you want it to be. If you want to eliminate 10% of your sales, 20%, you can put that information into the program and it will remove the sales from it. It will also eliminate your purchases so that your ratios all come out. So that's kind of the background of how we started this audit. So the office, between the periods of August of 2014 through March of 2015, made unannounced purchases. And so they're able to determine how many how many sales that a taxpayer makes during the day, because they can see the order number, and when they go in to purchase, they'll do it at certain times of the day, and so it's consistent, and they just get an idea. The other thing that they do is when they do select it for audit, they take those purchases and trace them back into the system to make sure that those sales are still in the system. In this particular case, we were unable to do that due to the fact that the taxpayer or the appellant did not provide us with any of the POS information for periods during the audit. So the appellant gave us limited records, which were income tax returns for 2012 and 2013. They gave us bank statements, and then they gave us POS information for periods outside the audit. What I should point out is when the appellant was notified of audit in April of 2015, we continued to make unannounced purchases, and after that time the order number was no longer on the receipt that we received from the appellant. So someone would have to go into the system and eliminate that information from the system. It's not by accident, it's by design. So what I should point out here is this is a civil matter. This is not a criminal matter. Therefore, the appellant is responsible for the reporting on the return. Any acts by her agent, she would be responsible for. The only exception would be if somebody was defrauding her and that was the reason for the underreporting, she would not be responsible for that. There does not appear to be any evidence of that based on the amount of sales that were underreported. It's on the average, if you look at the 5 years, it's over $1.6 million a year on average in sales that are being underreported. You could not continue in business with someone taking that from you. I would also point out that the appellant has collected the sales tax on the invoices that we received. Sales tax was separately listed on those receipts. So in effect, she has collected this money from her customers and she has kept it for herself. And that's really the issue that we're here about. And I believe when you take a look at our fraud memo, it'll be clear and convincing that she intentionally underreported that, or whoever was responsible for reporting this, which we believe she was, is responsible for the underreporting and subsequently responsible for the penalty. Now there's a discrepancy between what she said, well, our employees heard her say something different than what is being argued now. And so she is basically, the appellant is saying she never admitted she was fraudulent. And it's our word basically against hers. I believe when I go through the evidence, you'll see that it was consistent underreporting. But that leads us to why we conceded the first 2 years of the audit period. So under our policy guidelines, if we do not have a signed waiver of limitations, in order to go back to earlier periods, you would have to show evidence of underreporting. So just, if you take a look at her returns, it's fairly obvious that there was underreporting for those periods. Unfortunately, that's not our current policy. It was a number of years ago, quite a long time ago, that we were able to go back to 1933 when they first put in the sales tax, in 1934 when they had the use tax. We were able to go back to those periods. That's not the way it is anymore. So the fact that she's recanted and does not admit that she was fraudulent, that's the reason why we originally included those 2 years, the first 2 years, 8 quarters, in the audit period. So if you, and I'll just read under, it's Exhibit 274, basically it says, during one of the appointments to extract the data, Auditor Luis Gomez observed a blank guest check booklet next to the register. Actually, this is the wrong one. I'll read it and continue reading it. But, when this was discussed with Martha A. Silva, she stated that the guest checks were used by management to record food transferred between Cactus locations. So I'll get back to that one. Actually, the statute of limitation comments is on Exhibit 004. And just to surmise that, basically what I'm telling you is we included the first 2 years because of her admission. We had no records. So if you disagree with the department, we're fine with that. You want to include those 2 years, that is fine. If you take a look at Exhibit 42, the department's Exhibit 42, that's a transcript of the returns that were filed. If you took a look at column G, what that'll show is a fairly consistent underreporting. So this does not appear to be by accident, where you are just writing down figures on a piece of paper and you're accidentally coming up with a different number. If you look at the column G numbers, it falls right in line. And so this appears to be a coordinated, systematic underreporting of tax. I would also point out, if you, she provided the income tax returns for 2012 and 2013. The gross receipts on those returns tie out to the sales reported on the sales and use tax returns. And what's interesting from those returns is when you take a look at her cost of goods sold, which she did not provide any purchase invoices for, but the ratio between the cost of goods sold and the sales are consistent in both years. In 2012, it's 156%. In 2013, it's 150%. So the whole thing appears to be a coordinated effort to underreport. As far as getting the information from the POS system, what she had told us is that she hired a person named Chin that came in every month to basically reset the sales data and would provide her with a thumb drive with the information on it. So she now, I'm not sure if that's, she still agrees to that or not, but that's what she told us. What I would say is that the sales data is not on the POS system, and she did not provide us with the thumb drives. So she didn't provide us with any sales records. I think her testimony was that she had the handwritten sales, which is one of her exhibits. We have no record of receiving that. And one other thing I would say, in these types of situations, these owners of the business, they know about what their sales are each day. So whether they know how to calculate the sales tax, whether they know how to run the POS system, they know what their sales are for the day. And that's why what's interesting, when she said she noticed her employees stealing from her, so she knew enough about the business to know that somebody was taking money from her. And I believe she said $8,000 to $10,000. Well, that is substantially less than the $8.8 million that we say was taken from us. But she was aware enough to know that that employee was taken from her. And so what these owners do is, and they have to because they have multiple locations, and these locations were growing throughout, that she started 20 years before this started. She started operating for 20 years. I was thinking of several different things at once. So let me move on. That escaped me. So, as I said, the number of locations were increased during these 3 years. Back on track. The owners of these businesses, at the end of each day, have a ring out of that register. So of her locations, location number 1 was cash only. Location number 2 was cash and credit card. Location number 3 was cash only. So you can't be at all those locations. You have to have somebody that is going to, at the end of the day, ring out the register and tie out the cash in those registers to the sales that you're bringing up. And they keep basically a ring out sheet where they write down all the sales, they write down the cash. That cash has to go somewhere, which is generally the safe, before somebody takes it to the bank. So you have to have all these systems in place in order to make sure that people aren't taking from you, because they will do that.
Also, Mr. Lambert, I think we have about a minute left.
Okay. 15 minutes is a short time for this, for what's here.
Yeah. If you want to go maybe a little extra, but I want to make sure we have enough time for the other hearings. So.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I would go on the indirect, and sorry, I'll try and speed up as fast as I can. The indirect audit approach that was discussed at the end, I have a number of problems with that particular, and just as Judge Dang pointed out, that when you're using the deposits to calculate the number of transactions, what you're doing is essentially comparing that to one period, but you're taking the price differences into account. So just as an example, if you had $7, you sold just one burrito for, say, $7 in an earlier period, and in the test, or the period you have the information, it was $10. You had one transaction for both. But the way that it's calculated here, when you go back to that $7 one, they would just have 0.7 of a sale. And then they would also reduce the price of the item down to $7. So in effect, in the first period for a $7 sale, the way they've calculated it, you'd have $7 times 0.7, and it'd only be 4.9, and that's how you can tell that what they have done is not correct. I'd also point out that they've taken averages of averages, which is not the correct way of doing it. And so there's a number of issues. They've also used deposits. As I pointed out, a large percentage of their receipts were from cash deposits, and that was not deposited in the bank. And so that distorts what is happening here. So there's a number of reasons why what they've calculated should not be accepted. So with that, I'll conclude my presentation and I'm available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Judge Ding, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions.
I don't have any questions.
I have no questions. So, Talent, if you want to have 10 minutes to do your rebuttal.
That would include my closing, correct?
Yes.
What we have here is the department is trying to assess a specific intent and fraud on the appellant. They're trying to come up with this extreme scheme that they've read in their papers that she was managing, that she operated a furniture store, that she had publications, so as such she must be a prudent business owner. Even here they say this is an apparent facts based upon other businesses, but they are neglecting to look at the specific appellant here. We have somebody who has an education, not even a high school completed education, and that is in Mexico in and of itself. She has no accounting degrees, no accounting use whatsoever. She learned how to report her sales tax based upon professionals telling her what to do. The She made specific time. She went through it and made her journal. She would take all of the guest checks that she was given. She would take the receipts and she would put those into her journal. For her, there was no reason to keep the POS receipts because her journal far superseded that. Her journal was her accurate set of sales records. She would obviously not be at every location. In fact, if we look back at the exhibits show approximately the restaurants were open 45 hours a day. She's testified that on an average she was there 7 hours a day. So you can almost classify her as an absentee owner. She is not a type of owner that runs a business, operates, that's hands-on, that's right there, that's watching everything happen. She, as she said, she was a cook. She would go make her burritos and her tacos and sell those. She would go to other locations and she would figure out how many beans were left, do they need to get tortillas. But she didn't have anything to do with the POS system when she had it. Even when it was broken, she would just have the repairman fix it. Mr. DeSeta testified that she did not have a good understanding of the system. She testified she never used the cash register. That was not what she was doing. And yet the department is trying to classify all these actions over to her specific intent to evade taxes. Maybe she didn't have the best method. Maybe she didn't have the best management skills in running the business. That is far different than creating fraud and trying to evade and sales tax. For instance, they argue in their paperwork that because she had a furniture store that she obviously knew how to report sales tax. That's far different. She was at the furniture store and she sold. That's all she sold. She sold and she upholstered items. It had nothing to do with sales tax. That doesn't make her qualified in the sales tax area. They place in, if you look at their exhibits, Exhibit B119, it talks about when they did their on-site sales, that they would go and they would see somebody writing a guest check, and or sometimes writing or punching it in the cash register. Those times are 10:57 p.m. at night on Vine Street. Those times are 11:38 p.m. She was never there past 2:30, 3:30 in the day. She's not going to be, a mother's not going to be at the stores late at night when she's hired managers, employees to operate the business. She's testified that it was not her position that guest checks and the POS, that guest checks be used during the time of which and when the POS system is working. So what the board representatives would see, they would observe somebody stealing from her by writing a guest check. You want 3 burritos, I write it down, that's $7. It's not, goes in the cash register, then they stick it in their pocket. That allocation, that is not evidence of running 2 sets of books. That's evidence of something may be going on, maybe that employee's doing that, but how can you attribute that action to the taxpayer who wasn't even there at the time? They don't even mention that she was there at the time. There is a reference at one, even and Mr. Klomps, the supervisor, he said that he was there and he saw somebody in the cash register use a guest check because the system froze. Well, she's not, that wasn't her. She admitted, she testified she was not a cashier. So they are trying to push other people's actions into her specific intent to come up with this huge, this complicated scheme to evade sales tax. That is not the case at all, and she is not to be held liable for theft and stealing by other individuals, and that should not be translated over to her creating a fraud. We also have Mr. DeSeta here today who testified under oath. He doesn't work for her anymore, he has no obligation with her, said these were not the things that she said. She didn't have a complete understanding of what was going on in that meeting. She answered as best as she could. You can see today even that she's not sometimes familiar with all the questions that are being asked. So she'll, Judge Chang asked her questions, and she really wasn't very responsive to those particular questions that were asked. She's not the best answer provider, let's say. And I think that has to do with her education, which brings us back that all she was a cook. She's trying to do her best. She's to report her sales tax. She spent time and days to create her journals, and that is what she would provide to her CPA or to her accountant to prepare the sales tax return. We don't have any specific allegations that she was involved in having a system of using guest checks to reduce the sales, to evade the tax. That there was no actual evidence that she used 2 sets of books. All those things are just pure assumptions. They are allegations without any substantial facts to back them up. And as Mr. Cerritos said, if you're going to show and assess fraud, you've got to make every reasonable effort to make sure that your facts are correct. And in the board's actions, their assumptions, their facts, their allegations are just allegations, and they're unsupported. There is no specific showing of her intent to create fraud in the reporting of her sales tax. And we request that the judges see to that and understand that perhaps, undoubtedly, she was probably negligent in operating her business. But there has been no showing that she intentionally, specifically intended to underreport her sales tax. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's nothing further, I'm going to close the record and conclude the hearing. I want to thank each party for coming in today. We will issue a written opinion within 100 days. Thank you. This hearing is now closed. And we're going to take a 30-minute break. We'll come back at 1:45.
I know it makes you
we should be able to take it. So if you need to stop, just look at me and say, dude, stop talking for 5 minutes. Can I say that? No. Yeah, you can. But you can email.
And they don't stay close. Turn it on. Jeez, don't give us I'm sitting all day, but now it's like not a second.
Business card?
Thank you.
Do you have everybody here?
Okay, we are going to resume. I'm calling the case for EMA Design Automation, Inc., 181-14022, and the time is 1:48.
We'll go on the record as soon as you hit the...
I did.
So it's already on?
It started.
Thank you. Okay, welcome. Thank you everybody for waiting. I know it's been a long day. We are now on the record in the Office of Tax Appeals oral hearing for the appeal of EMA Design Automation, case ID 1811-4022. I know she just said it, but I have to put it on the record. We are in Cerritos, California. The date is Thursday, December 19th. The time is approximately 1:48. My name is Jeff Angija. I'm the lead administrative law judge for this hearing, and my fellow co-panelists today are Andrew Quee and Mike Geary. Appellant, could you please identify yourself for the record?
Certainly. I'm Paul Raymond, last name spelling R-A-Y-M-O-N-D.
Thank you. And for CTFA?
I'm Kevin Smith, and to my left is Monica Silva, and to her left is Lisa Renati.
All right, thank you. And
we had agreed previously this appeal involves one issue, which is whether appellant is entitled to relief from the liability based on prior audit advice. That's still correct, I believe.
Correct.
And during our pre-hearing conference, the parties agreed to the admission into evidence of appellant's exhibits 1 through 4. My order had a typo in it. We tried to correct that with the binder. And CDTFA's exhibits A through J. Neither party had any objection to the admission of those exhibits at that time. If that's still the case, all right, then I hereby admit those exhibits. And subsequently, appellant submitted the declaration page under penalty of perjury for Ms. Sherry Watt, which appends to Exhibit 1, but for ease of reference, we marked it as Exhibit 5. Does CDTFA have any objection?
No, we do not.
All right, then we will admit Exhibit 5, and that takes care of all the exhibits. And then based on the last email from Mr. Raymond, there are no witnesses today.
Correct, Your Honor.
And CDTFA has none.
Correct.
So we will have only argument today. And then as we agreed, based on the pre-hearing conference and the subsequent email, we'll begin with appellant's argument, not to exceed 20 minutes or so. And the judges may ask questions. And CDTFA will make its presentation not to exceed 15 minutes. The judges may ask questions. We'll allow you a 5-minute rebuttal. These aren't hard and fast, but that's the general parameters. If nobody has any procedural questions, we'll get started with your presentation. Mr. Raymond?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you to all as well as to CDTFA. I'd like to make a comment first, and this is going to sound like I'm appealing to your good side, but it's my first appearance here, and I've had the opportunity to watch the hearings that have gone on all day. I know a man of the side from another case. I also know another of the representatives. And it's abundantly clear to me that despite differences, we may end up on different sides of the road, so to speak, meaning we disagree with the department or what used to be the SBE or the FTB. The proceedings have been very nice. They've been conducted in a very taxpayer-friendly way, given the opportunity for the taxpayer. I think you all should be commended for that. I know that's the message that you want to send. I want to go on record and on camera and at least indicate that as well.
Of all the times for us to not have working microphones.
You mean this is all for naught? Okay.
No, that camera should pick it up.
All right. Well, I hope it doesn't make me look fat. That's all I can say. I probably would have submitted this case, Your Honor. If you recall, we had the conference call. We debated about the witness, Sherry Watt. Unfortunately, Ms. Watt, W-A-C-H-T, who is located in San Diego, predominantly is in New York, can't get a flight, isn't going to be able to attend, which is the reason we didn't have her appear. I would have submitted the case, therefore, on the basis of the record, in other words, without argument, but I thought I would at least spend a little time talking about the case and talking about what our position is, and certainly allow the department to state theirs. One of the things that as a lawyer you look at, and I've been doing this for 36 years, is you look for themes, and you try and think of things that come up with your case and what it's all about. And I think, Your Honor, you may recall that you said you hadn't seen a case like this before, and I haven't seen a case like this before either. I'm assuming that the other judges are familiar with the declaration of Sherry Watt. If you're not, I'm happy to read it into the record. I really don't want to do that.
No,
I would prefer that you all...
We've got it as part of the record.
Excellent. Then I don't need 20. I'm doing my Chick Hearn impersonation of the Lakers, if you all remember him, and I'm going to be on the boulevard very quickly. But one of the things that's a theme here for us is, and again, I'm reminded of this too. Somebody sent this to me today, and it's in light of the, regardless of your, I know I'm going on and on, I apologize, but regardless of your political persuasion, you know, there's a momentous occasion that occurred in our country yesterday. So somebody was posting this, and I thought it was very appropriate today, and I hope to live through this, not just here, but in my life as we go on. Before you speak, let your words pass through 3 gates. Is it true? Is it necessary? And is it kind? And I think that's the theme that we want to promote here. I can't read the mind, as Gordon Lightfoot would say, of what the prior auditor was thinking when he inconsistently decided to give a dongle tax, impose a dongle tax, and not impose a dongle tax. You all know that the record has got some 16, if I'm not mistaken, exhibits, I may be wrong about the number, that some of which showed that he didn't tax the dongle, and some of which showed that he did. For us as practitioners and for us representing taxpayers, the one thing I hear in my office is I'm going to follow what the auditor told me to do. I'm going to reach out to that auditor, which Sherry Watt did in this case. In fact, Sherry Watt reached out to the board, as it was, and asked for something in writing. And of course, the board responded in December of that year and said, well, maybe it was January, said, you know, you have to rely on what the auditor says, which is part of our argument, as I mentioned at the pre-hearing conference, Your Honor, which is maybe it qualifies as written advice, maybe it doesn't. It's close. Admittedly, it's not the controlling issue. The controlling issue is the reliance on what the statements that were made by the auditor indicated. And I don't think it's a case of he said, she said, because unfortunately that auditor is no longer with us. I think that auditor hopefully could, if he was here, he could explain why he was inconsistent. We can sit back and use hindsight in 2020 and all that good stuff and say, well, he did it this way because, and he did it this way because, and he did it this way because. And to be honest with you, and this is a one for you as I'm looking at the reporter, it reminds me of an Ouija board. Spelling on that, I can't help you. But I can tell you that it, and I'm going to bring it more in context, it kind of reminds me a little bit of Karnak the Magnificent. And I don't see anybody who even has a remote recognition of who that was. It was Johnny Carson, this gentleman does, Judge Geary does, and Judge, how do you pronounce your last name?
Angija.
That's what I was going to say. The middle judge said that he recognizes it. I'm suffering from lack of caffeine, I apologize. Karnak was on the Johnny Carson show, and he would take a card, and Ed McMahon, his sidekick, who made millions, of course, would say the answer, or Johnny would say the answer is, and of course, it was always a comic relief. This is not comic relief. This is not at all comic relief. What's sad about this case is that we can't read the mind, we can't understand, we can't know what the auditor was saying. We can look at field audit, we can say he relied on what the manual said, maybe, kinda, but at the end of the day, here's what I've got. I've got one witness, I've got a live human being who can testify, I've carried my burden of proof, and I realize this isn't a court of law. I realize this is not something that you look at in terms of, you know, the evidence code. I mean, you consider everything. It's taxpayer friendly. You let people talk. But what I do know is at the end of the day, I think a judge or a jury, if it should go that far, might look on this case favorably for one reason, and that is, what's fair here? What's the underlying fairness here? What's fair to the taxpayer if they say they want to rely, like most taxpayers do, on what the government tells them to do? That's where my case is. That's really all that I have. I'm happy to answer any questions from the board. Excuse me, my goodness, I said the board. The panel, I'm happy to answer any questions and respond, if I may, to anything that the department says. And that's really all that I have at this moment.
Okay, we can allow time on rebuttal if
Please.
you do. You guys have questions? Okay.
I'm not sure if now or after City TFA is a good time to raise questions for the parties, or you want City TFA to go first and then ask questions?
I think it might be more efficient that way.
Okay.
If you guys don't mind. So go ahead, City TFA, make your presentation.
Thank you. Good morning. An issue today is whether, good afternoon. An issue today is whether appellant is entitled to relief based on his reliance on prior written advice received from the department. We ask that this appeal be denied. Revenue and Taxation Code, Section 6596, provides that if a person's failure to make a timely return or payment is due to the person's reasonable reliance on written advice from CDTFA, the person may be relieved of the taxes imposed and any penalty or interest. And written advice includes advice provided in a prior audit. Appellant is a software company. The appellant was audited for the period from April 1, 2003 to March 31st, 2006. That audit is not an issue today. An issue is a subsequent audit of the appellant for the period from January 1st, 2011 through December 31st, 2013. During that audit, the appellant incorrectly claimed as non-taxable transactions in which it transferred software electronically but separately shipped a dongle. and maintains and did so in reliance on both oral statements and written audit schedules made by the prior auditor for the period April 1, 2003 through March 31st, 2006. Our review of the invoices and audit schedules shows 3 instances in which the auditor accepted transactions where appellant delivered software electronically but separately shipped a dongle at no charge to the customer as non-taxable sales of software transferred electronically. We don't know why the auditor did not properly assess these items in the audit. However, it is undisputed that there were at least 14 invoices involving sales of software transferred electronically with a dongle separately shipped to the customer, where the auditor correctly concluded that the transactions were taxable. We've also provided additional invoices as Exhibit J, and 17 of those invoices show either a shipping and handling charge or a ship-to address listed, which likely means a dongle was sent to the customer. In all those instances, tax was properly assessed by the auditor as part of the audit. In addition, the invoices provided as part of Exhibit J show that appellant reached out in 2006 to the customers it failed to collect tax from to obtain reimbursement for the tax it was now required to pay to the department as a result of the audit. This shows appellant's awareness that it should be collecting tax on those sales. Regarding the oral statements purportedly made by the auditor, Mr. McIntosh, to Sherry Wacht, regarding the taxability of these types of transactions. To qualify for Section 6596 relief, the advice must be in writing. Therefore, such an oral communication does not establish a basis for reliance, and we must look to the audit schedules and invoices. While we agree with the appellant that the auditor's review and evaluation of similar transactions was inconsistent, we find unpersuasive the appellant's assertion that it should therefore be granted relief based upon its reliance on the auditor's erroneous conclusion for 3 transactions. In the face of at least 14 virtually identical transactions, the auditor correctly found taxable. Such obvious inconsistency would put a reasonable person on notice that he or she could not rely upon the results of this audit, at least as they pertain to the dongle transactions, for purposes of future tax reporting. Absent further written clarification from the auditor or others within CDTFA. Therefore, appellant did not fail to charge or collect tax in reasonable reliance on an auditor's written advice, and consequently, appellant is not entitled to relief under Section 6596. Therefore, this appeal should be denied.
All right. Can I do the rebuttal?
Respond to questions and rebuttal, if that's possible.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if questions is the right word. Maybe I have some concerns with the 6596 reliance argument, and maybe if you could help me, if I could maybe list my concerns or tell you what my concerns are and then give you an opportunity to respond. So I'll start with, first with the prior audit work papers. In the prior audit work papers, there's the verification comments. And the verification comments state, this is CDTFA Exhibit I believe, the verification comments. And they state the auditor examined the data furnished on the exempt internet transactions. The data show that all items were transmitted through the internet with no tangible personal property involved. Thus, these are allowed in the audit. So, I mean, with this here, I mean, this is a quote from the CDTFA's documents from the prior audit, and my first concern here really is that if the auditor advised the taxpayer that it's okay to transmit a dongle will still be non-taxable, why would the auditor write in his findings that no tangible personal property was transmitted for the allowed transactions? And you know, on the one hand, you have 3 that he allowed and 14 that he disallowed. This really seems to suggest to me that maybe it was just an oversight that he allowed those 3 and the other 14 are what he really intended to, as consistent with his comments here. So that's really the first concern that I was trying to get help with and understanding your position.
May I address that?
Oh yes, please.
Picture this, I've got a card in front of my forehead. I'm about to tell you the answer. And I wish to God I knew the answer. You're asking a legitimate question. It actually helps us, obviously. What I'm also saying to you is we don't know what was going on with that auditor. I don't really want to get personal here, but maybe he was suffering from his illness. I understand, and again, I don't want this really to be in the record. It's but I think you know where I'm going with this. I don't know if he was preoccupied with his health or other concerns. I don't know if he was sloppy. I don't know. I can't answer the question. And I don't know if the department can answer the question either, because we just don't. I don't know. And I don't know if my client would know if they were here to testify.
Okay, I guess that's part of my concern, or my difficulties here, is because we're left interpreting whether advice was given more than a decade after with what little information we do have. Maybe this is something that might be more easier to look at. Or so my next concern, basically, it's basically the date of the audit work papers from the prior audit. So I mean, like if you go to the first page, this is the same exhibit, Exhibit I. It has a date here of December 5th, 2006, when the audit work papers were completed. And so if you turn and compare that with the Taxpayers Exhibit 2, the Taxpayers Exhibit 2 was the email from the taxpayer to BOV headquarters asking how tax supplies from the software is transferred and a dongle is transferred, including when the dongle is transferred over a month later on a separate invoice for a new charge. And that, interestingly, that email was actually dated 12/5/2006, the exact same date as the completion date for the audit file. And it was transmitted, the email was transmitted at 5:54 p.m. So I guess the concern or question that comes into my mind here is, why would you issue
that email?
Yeah, well, I mean, like, well, why did the taxpayer, well, first, why didn't the taxpayer ask the auditor this question? Why would he go over the auditor and straight to headquarters? And from reading the docs, you know, one possible interpretation is, if you bring this up with the auditor and say, hey, there's a mistake, you know, the possibility is you get dinged and the audit liability goes up. So, I mean,
I see it working a number of ways, and I agree with you. Why would you, my question would be, why would you send that letter if orally the auditor told you that you didn't have to pay tax? So one of the things that comes up a lot with taxpayers is get it in writing. Make sure that you get something in writing. I wasn't there. I didn't advise them. I can't tell you what, if anything, happened at that particular point in time, but to me that would be the reason that somebody would do that. If I was the department, I might suggest this though. Well, it sounds like, Mr. Raymond, your client really wasn't too sure about their position, and therefore it kind of cast doubt as to whether that statement was even made by the auditor to the Ms. Watt. And therefore, you then reached out to the department by way of email and wanted to get something of that nature. I can see that being an argument. I agree with that. Again, we're trying to go back in time and deal with somebody who's no longer with us. We're trying to go back in time and deal with someone who is not with us. And you can extrapolate facts a number of different ways on this case. It's why I'm not going to mention anything about the context of the settlement, but I did pursue that avenue. So, you know, there was an attempt made to go to that avenue because it's a mixed bag. I see the inconsistencies, etc. I can't answer the question beyond that, sir.
I guess I was just trying to put myself in the position of the taxpayer's shoes, and I was thinking that, you know, the auditor was telling me this is not taxable, and I know that there's 14 transactions that were picked up in audit. I guess in my shoes, I probably wanted to tell the auditor, hey, you know, you told me this is not taxable, you should delete these from the audit. That's the way I was looking at it and trying to conceptualize that, you know, with an alternative argument. And
could be.
You know,
could be. We don't have that in the record, unfortunately. It's not in her declaration / affidavit. And it did occur some years ago. There's no question that it did occur some years ago. You know, you step back and you're left with this mixed bag, which is how I opened this afternoon. I wish I had concrete answers, and I wish the department did. I think I wouldn't be here. In other words, we would have resolved the case through hopefully settlement if we could. But it appears that that's not going to be the case. So.
Okay. Well, I guess I just had one more thought that when I'm trying to understand how to interpret this, I guess I'll just put it out there. The other thought that came to my mind, when you have the copy of, this is Taxpayers Exhibit 2, the copy of the email that the taxpayer had sent requesting advice, CDTFA's response said that they referred it to the auditor for a follow-up. So I'm kind of expecting that, I guess I would expect that the auditor would have some type of response provided to the taxpayer. And I just don't see anything in the record after this date where there wasn't any sort of response. And
We looked,
yeah.
we asked, we inquired, we made those, those, of course, as a lawyer, you would know that. That's what I have to do. I have to follow up. Why would you send the email? Why would you do these things? What was the rationale behind all of the above? I don't have anything more I could offer you. I wish I did.
I guess I was just thinking that, the taxpayer did keep this copy, and I was thinking if there was a response that was favorable, maybe it seemed like something the taxpayer would have kept, considering they kept that, and that's just how I was trying to conceptualize this. I guess that's not really a question. That's
I'm sorry, you're saying that we didn't keep something?
I'm saying that if there was a follow-up response, I would have
yes.
expected that there would have been something that you kept, and that's how I was just trying to conceptualize this.
But let me make it clear from an argument standpoint that I'm not aware of any follow-up that was received by my client. And I asked them, of course, to search high and low for everything. Get the prior files, get the emails, get what you got to get, so we could present that in our audit in advance of, a determination.
Okay, maybe that is a question for City Tape. I don't mind me with the 100 questions here, but I mean, it does say that the email from this is the Taxpayers Exhibit 2, page 1. It does say that your headquarters forwarded inquiry and how tax applies to an auditor for response. I mean, isn't that something that the auditor would have responded to, or why don't you have a record of what the response was, or is that not a procedure that you would follow to follow up on a taxpayer inquiry like this, asking for how tax applies?
Generally, when those letters would come in, the auditor would refer the taxpayer back to their audit and say all the comments are in the audit. If there was a separate letter needed, then another letter would be written, and it would go through the same process and be issued within 30 days. And then that would go into the taxpayer's file, and then it would be, the next auditor would have it when they started their audit, so they'd have that information.
And did CDTFA look in the file to see if there was any additional responses, like what would be the response to this letter here?
Like in my review of the file, I didn't find a response.
Okay, so this date here is after the other prior audit was completed, so is that something that would have still been referred to the auditor as to refer back to the audit file, or is that something that would have come separately?
Depending if the audit, it depends on the process of where the audit was, if it was in a non-concurred status or where, but the auditor would generally, the same auditor who did the audit would write the letter, unless that auditor was no longer available.
Okay. Yeah, I guess it's really hard because it's so far after the date that I'm just trying to interpret what we have from the little information available, and maybe I should turn it over to other people to see if they have questions at this point. Questions?
Clarification, actually. Are the parties in agreement that when the appellant would market its software products, typically the software itself would be sent by electronic download to the customer, and typically a dongle with a security key that was necessary to use the software would then be sent to the client? Is that what typically happened in the sales?
I'm looking at the department. I'm not too sure if that's typical. It sounds like a fair statement.
Okay.
I can't say 100%, but it sounds fair.
All right, department, it's your understanding of
how... Right, I mean, I guess I don't know all the transactions. I mean, there's a lot of transactions here, so I don't know.
Well, the ones that we're talking about are typically those involving dongles, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and it's your understanding that the dongles contained security key that was necessary to use the software?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's actually, if I may, Your Honor, it's kind of mentioned, I flashed on this in her declaration, paragraph 7, she talks about it a little bit, about the taxability of that. So I'm assuming what you're saying is correct.
Okay, that's my only request. Thank you.
I don't have any questions. Did you have more? I think I've taken enough time. So we took questions. We didn't give you the rebuttal yet, but we'll give you the last word so you can sum it up.
I always like to have the last words, but if you've been married as long as I have, you find that's a definite shortcoming in mi casa, okay? So I really don't have much more than to echo what I've said before in terms of this case. I sincerely wish we had more answers. We seem to have more questions, and some excellent questions as well about what actually happened and why things happened. I go back to what my witness said who she is and what she is and how she would present herself from what we like to call a hazards of litigation approach, which means at the next level. The taxpayer is paid, by the way, most if not all of the liability. There is some liability that they haven't, so they're familiar with the next round if they choose to do that. Having said that, the last thing I want to say is another message that someone sent to me that I think is a good way to end it. There are 3 ways to ultimate success. The first way is to be kind. The second way is to be kind, and the third way is to be kind. And they were quoting Fred Rogers, which I think is very appropriate. So I want to thank the members of the panel as well as the board for, sorry, I can't get out of that. It's the SBE in my head or the board. I am so sorry. The California Department of Tax and Fee Administration.
Both they and we have no official response. Go ahead.
And that's what I wanted to say is thank you for considering the case as well.
Okay. If no one has any further questions, comments, all right. Then at this point, I will close the record and we will conclude the hearing. I want to thank each party for coming in today and waiting as long as we have. Following this hearing, my co-panelists and I will discuss the evidence and the argument, and then we will issue a written opinion within 100 days. And that will do it. This hearing is now closed. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin, I hope you make your flight.
Do you want to recess or are we going to jump right in? I don't see anybody here. Or with the department.
Okay, are we on time? Okay, well, resume. We're calling the case for Ricardo's on the Beach, Inc., 1806-3296, and the time is 2:21.
I will just get started by saying welcome. Before we get started, let me remind everyone that when it's your turn to speak, please speak clearly, and I need only one person to be speaking at a time so that you're not talking over each other, so that the court reporter can get a clear record of what everyone is saying. Okay? And I'll also remind everyone that the hearing is being recorded on video. Okay, and so I think we are ready to go on the record now. And we are now on the record in the Office of Tax Appeals oral hearing for the appeal of Ricardo's on the Beach, and this is
Judge?
Yes. Absolutely. You ready? Yes. Okay. All right, we are now on the record in the Office of Tax Appeals oral hearing for the appeal of Ricardo's on the Beach, and this is OTA case number 180-63296. We're in Cerritos, California, and today is Thursday, December 19th, 2019, and the time is approximately 2:22 p.m. My name is Suzanne Brown, and I am the lead administrative law judge for this hearing. And my fellow co-panelists today are Michael Geary and Win Dang.
Good afternoon.
First, I will ask the parties to identify themselves for the record, starting with CDTFA.
I'm Sunny Paley. This is Monica Silva and Lisa Renati.
Mr. Slavitt.
Gary Slavitt for Ricardo's on the Beach. To my right is Mario Ernst, and to his right is CPA Sam Biggs.
Thank you very much, everyone. I'm just going to briefly review the basics about the issues, who the witnesses are going to be. I'm going to admit the evidence, and then we will begin hearing your presentations with the appellant's presentation first. Okay, as we confirmed during the pre-hearing conference order, of the pre-hearing conference that was on November 20th, 2019. The issues in this appeal are whether CDTFA has established by clear and convincing evidence that the 25% fraud penalty under Revenue and Taxation Code Section 6485 is applicable for the period January 1st, 2005 through December 31st, 2011. And then related to that, the other issue is whether the notice of determination was timely issued pursuant to Revenue and Taxation Code Section 6487 for the period January 1st, 2005 through September 30th, 2008. And the second issue depends on whether there is a finding of fraud or intent to evade the law or any authorized rules and regulations as indicated in issue 1. And we also discussed at the November 20th pre-hearing conference that there were going to be 2 witnesses today, and those are both appellant's witnesses who are here in person, Mr. Ernst and Mr. Biggs.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and CDTFA does not intend to call any witnesses.
Correct.
Okay, and I know we discussed this previously, I'm just kind of confirming to check in case anything has changed. All right, and then as far as the exhibits, we identified the exhibits and my office sent everyone a courtesy copy of the exhibits, the hearing binder, and that contains, we've marked appellant's exhibits 1 through 9 and CDTFA's exhibits A through E. Neither party has indicated any objection to admission of any of the exhibits. I'll also just briefly note for the record that on December 17th, 2019, I held a brief conference call with the parties to discuss some questions about admission of some of the pages in CDTFA's Exhibit E. And as a result of those discussions, I indicated to the parties that I would admit Exhibit E in its entirety. And I will just confirm that neither party objects to admission of all the proposed exhibits. Correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Correct.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Accordingly, I will admit appellant's exhibits 1 through 9 and CDTFA's exhibits A through E. They are admitted into evidence. Okay. And then I'll just briefly go over our schedule today and then we'll get started. I indicated in the pre-hearing conference order that appellant will have a total of up to 55 minutes to present its argument and witness testimony. And that includes, Mr. Slatter, are you intending to make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so that'll include your opening statement and the initial testimony of your 2 witnesses. And then after that, the judges may ask questions, or CDTFA may ask questions of each of your witnesses after they have each testified. And then CDTFA will have up to 20 minutes for its argument, and the judges may ask questions of CDTFA. And then after that, appellant will be permitted to make a rebuttal, and we indicated up to 10 minutes should be sufficient. And the judges may have questions at the end for either party. And I will clarify that after your opening statement, Mr. Slavitt, I will swear in your first witness. Who are you intending to call first?
Mr. Ernst.
Okay. I will swear in Mr. Ernst, and then before Mr. Biggs' testimony, I will swear him in. And I will just clarify that because they're witnesses, their testimony will be evidence in this matter. I'm not swearing in the representatives because while they will be making arguments, they will not be testifying, and therefore their arguments are not evidence in this matter. Okay. Does anyone have any questions or anything to raise before we begin?
No, thank you.
Okay. Then, Mr. Slavitt, why don't you go ahead and make your opening statement, and then I will swear in the first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. So why are we here today? We're here because of the actions of taxpayers' bookkeeper and outside accountant, Javier Velasco. We are here because Javier took actions that were unbeknownst to the taxpayer and clearly not authorized by the taxpayer. What did he do? He caused incorrect sales tax returns to be filed with the state. And he tried to cover this up during the audit by submitting phony or incorrect IRS income tax returns. Let me tell you a little bit about the business. The taxpayer here, Ricardo's on the Beach, operates 2 restaurants. Dinah's Family Restaurant in Culver City and Ricardo's El Ranchito in La Habra. Taxpayer is a C Corp, owned by Mario Ernst to my right and his wife Terry Ernst. Mario did not work in the restaurant day to day. Terry worked very infrequently, maybe once or twice a month to cover for other managers. Mr. Ernst will explain more about that in his testimony. Each location had managers that oversaw the operations of the business. Those managers were responsible for the day-to-day activities of the business. Those managers responsible for making the cash deposits. The day-to-day bookkeeping was handled by an outside accounting department at an entity related to this entity, also related to Mario Ernst, called TLD Acquisitions. At TLD, that's where Javier Velasco was working, and he was preparing the books and records for Ricardo's for both restaurants. It was him and the accounting function there that were responsible for the sales tax returns, and our understanding is Javier would give the information either to a woman named Jamie Purcell in that department or another individual, and they would prepare the returns. In about 2011, Javier left TLD and opened up his own business. He had some other clients, but he continued to do the work for Ricardo's on the Beach. Again, Mario and Terry, Mr. and Mrs. Ernst, had no involvement in the day-to-day finances of the business. We'll look at some of the exhibits today. And when the audit occurred, the auditor communicated directly with Mr. Velasco during the audit. And it was during this time that it appears that Mr. Velasco submitted phony, incorrect income tax returns of the taxpayer. At some point, and we'll get more into that, the examiner contacted the CPA, Mr. Biggs, who was here to testify, asking about those returns, and that's when this scheme was uncovered. Mr. Biggs contacted Mario, and action was taken. The record is very clear that the principals, Mario and Terry, had no knowledge of the incorrect sales tax returns being filed and the phony tax return being provided to the state's auditor. It is interesting to note that the auditor first became suspicious when he did a bank deposit analysis and found large discrepancies. Why is this important? This is important because it shows that all sales were in fact deposited into the bank account. Hardly an indication of fraud on behalf of the taxpayers directly. Further, all sales were correctly reported on the federal and state income tax returns, returns that the state had, that were prepared by Mr. Biggs, the outside CPA. Hardly an indication of taxpayers directly trying to commit some kind of fraud here. And so the fraud occurred in the function that Javier Velasco was handling, sales tax returns. So the big question that's here is, why did Javier do it? There are only really 2 possibilities. One, the taxpayer, through Mario or Terry, told him to do it. Number 2, Javier stole some money from the business and was trying to cover it up. With respect to number 1, that Javier was instructed to do it, the record is very clear that neither Mario or Terry were involved in any of the sales tax matters, including the audit. It was Javier that handled all these matters. He handled the audit. Once Mario learned that a phony return was submitted to the examiner, he immediately took action to resolve the matter. And he's here to testify, and I believe you'll find him credible with respect to his involvement or lack of involvement in this issue. So if Javier wasn't instructed to do this by a principal, then what is it? Okay? Well, it has to be that he was covering something up. It has to be that he was stealing money from the company. Exhibit 1, it shows that he has signature authority over the bank account. Okay? So at the time Mario discovered the activity in 2003, the business was really suffering. And Mario was focused on surviving and keeping the business going. He'll explain and he'll testify, and you'll gauge his credibility, that he didn't have the resources to conduct an investigation, to find out the severity of the theft, and he felt like it would be futile anyways. This guy, he was never going to collect a dime from this guy. He acknowledged that he was going to have to pay the taxes. So he figured he'd move on and try to resolve this. And so this case is really about, obviously, fraud. And it's the government's burden to prove that the taxpayer committed this fraud. Here, the government is attempting to attribute the actions of the outside bookkeeper to that of the taxpayer. Here, Xavier Velasco was acting outside of his scope of authority when he submitted the phony income tax returns. I'm going fast, I'm worried about my time, but I think I have plenty.
Go ahead.
So, the taxpayer was defrauded by Javier. By the likely theft of funds, he was also defrauded when taxpayers submitted false tax returns to the state. This was not only a fraud on the state, but a fraud on the taxpayer. We are here now because of that fraud. As mentioned in our briefs, and I'll talk a little bit about it, but the briefs kind of lay out the arguments here. A few courts have analyzed Section 6485. Several courts have analogized them to the 6663 in the Internal Revenue Code. And the State Board, even in a summary decision, also cited to the Ninth Circuit case regarding 6663 to try to apply the standard 6485 is similar to 6663. And essentially, case law under federal tax civil fraud holds that a penalty may not be imposed based solely on the fraud of the taxpayer's agent. This is because the purpose of the fraud penalty is to punish and deter wrongful acts. In a situation in which the only wrongful act was an agent, there is no need to impose a penalty on the taxpayer. It is the agent and not the taxpayer whose wrongful conduct needs to be punished or corrected. And I request that you look at my brief, the Fulton case in my brief. Find out something here. In the Fulton case, the taxpayer hired an accountant, and it's a 14 TC 1453. It's a United States tax court case talking about the 6663 penalty. In that case, the taxpayer hired an accountant to prepare and file his federal income tax return. The return preparer included fraudulent deductions on the income tax return and filed the return without allowing the taxpayer to review the return. The U.S. tax court concluded the taxpayer was not liable for the civil fraud penalty. In this case, without getting into too much detail, this case is similar to the Fulton case. In both cases, the taxpayer trusted a tax professional who held themselves out as a competent person. In both cases, the taxpayer did not prepare or file the returns at issue. In both cases, the taxpayer was unaware that the return contained inaccuracies. In both cases, the taxpayer accepted the inaccuracies in the returns once the tax authorities raised the issue with the taxpayer.
And Mr. Slava, just in the interest of time, I'll mention I have read your brief.
Okay.
We've all read.
All right.
And also I'll just remind, technically opening statement is supposed to be a summary.
Where's my argument coming?
Oh, I guess on rebuttal.
Oh, I thought this is all part of my argument.
Okay, go ahead. Anyway, I'm just going to assure you that we've read your brief.
Okay, and I want to point out the Fulton case. There was no mention of why the agent took the acts they took. It wasn't even relevant in determining whether the fraud is attributed or not. And so I'll move forward to having testimony from Mr.
Okay.
Ernst.
Sorry if I messed up your rhythm.
It's okay.
Okay. If we are ready to proceed to Mr. Ernst's testimony, Mr. Ernst, I will say, could you please stand and raise your right hand?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Slava, are you going to do a question and answer, or let him testify in a narrative format?
In a narrative format, but I'll guide him along.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, please, question and answers. Well, I'm nervous enough.
Okay,
I have to tell you, this is
we'll start out easy. Just tell us a little bit about the business.
The businesses are really old-time established restaurants in La Habra and at Dinah's. Restaurant La Habra was created in the mid to late 80s, and it's a small little Mexican restaurant, seats maybe 75 people. It's on Beach Boulevard, and it's what I always call it. It's really just like a local diner, except it's a local Mexican restaurant. It's not built like with all the frills and everything else that's out there, like a lot of the Mexican. It's just a good little home Mexican restaurant like you'd find really anywhere else, except it's not like as I said, a typical diner. Dinah's, on the other hand, was established in 1959. It was opened up by my grandfather, and it's still around after 60 years. and it's a diner. It's a typical 1950s Googie style diner, and it's a family restaurant. We serve the local community, and that's really what our focus has been over the last 60 years, is really just being of service to the community.
And what was your role, or what was your role in the business?
My roles in the business, since it was a family business, is I did not work directly in the business, from really 1999 up until really mid-2013. I really oversaw the day-to-day operations of another business, which was in the distribution business. We distributed bar and restaurant supplies in the western United States. So what I had done is, because I've been involved in the restaurant directly and indirectly my entire life, I set up a management structure where we have permanent managers that operate each one of the different locations, set up administrative procedures, for the day-to-day administrative, where we're, with the deposits, how everything is supposed to be handled. And then I had an outside party handle the day-to-day bookkeeping, the accounting, the monthly P&L, so on and so forth. And then as my third check was, I have at that time it was Biggs and Company, now it's Singer Lewalk, but Sam Biggs would prepare the tax returns on an annual basis. And I think Sam's been preparing our tax returns since 1996, 1997. I think it's been almost 20 plus years. And that's how we ran the operations. My involvement would really more come in time even with diners that are very set in their footing on what type of products, is basically handling the, what menu items, what type of things are going to happen, what are we going to do with the community, and some of the marketing aspects. And that really goes the same way with Ricardo's. It's not a new wave type of restaurant where we're doing something new every week. Our focus is really consistency and providing very warm and friendly service to our clients that come in, and that's what they come in to expect. So the focus for the day-to-day managers is make sure we're out on the floor, make sure we know our customers' names, and family members, so on and so forth, and that's how we ran the operations. And that was really what my involvement was, is just making sure we maintain that consistency and that day-to-day type of presentation to the community.
Were you involved day-to-day?
No.
Who handled the general bookkeeping and accounting on a day-to-day basis?
So the way we had it set up is that as the chef would bring in the invoices, as they get deliveries during the day, and the day-to-day, they would put everything in an envelope, and that would be forwarded to Javier, and that would include the deposits from the day. So the manager would come in, they reconcile the day before, they put all the stuff together that they do, make the deposit with the bank, handle the reconciliation with the credit cards, doing the processing at end of day, put all that together in a package, and then once a week that information was then given to Javier, and then he would enter it into I think QuickBooks or some system like that, and then he would handle all the different administrative functions such as licenses and all the administrative aspects of it. And then he would prepare profit and loss statements, take care of the, pay the vendors, take care of the bills, that type of thing, and then provide us, give us our P&L so we can figure out, okay, are we doing okay, are we doing all right? Move on to the next one.
And how did you come to meet Javier Velasco?
I met Javier in the mid-1990s. He was working for another restaurant firm that owned brew pubs in the Midwest, and he was doing their accounting work. I was asked to come in to consult to provide some guidance for the brew pubs. It was a new business in the mid-90s, and that's where I came to meet him.
And moving forward to the sales tax audit, how did you know an audit began, or that the state was auditing Ricardo's?
So I was told that it was sometime in 2012, I believe, that early 2000, it could have been in 2012, my mind is getting old, it gets a little more rustier, that we've got a sales tax audit, and that was like, okay, got a sales tax, so what you're supposed to do, whatever that is, you know, provide them all the documentation, but I mean, I really even get that detail, just make sure, you know.
Who were you talking to about this?
I'm sorry, I apologize with that. It was Javier Velasco and I believe Jamie Purcell at that time. But I think the contact for me really during the period, because Javier, once he left TLT, he established his own little accounting firm and CPA bookkeeping company. So I said, well, then just keep on doing it. You've been doing it for 10, 12 years, so you know everything that's going on. So when he said, hey, we're going to have a sales tax audit, I said, okay, just, you know, do what you got to do.
And before the issue arose, did he give you updates on these sales tax audits?
You know, not really. I'm just basically, you know, in passing, I would ask her when I got him on the phone, you know, where are we at? Well, you know, providing him this documentation, but I was sort of forewarned it's not a quick process. And I had gone through a sales tax audit with another company years earlier, just as they went through, and so I knew it wasn't something that hey, it's going to take 10 minutes or a day or two. It's just something that happens, and paperwork goes back and forth, and just make sure you've got all the paperwork for it.
And then during this audit, an event occurred. Can you tell us about that event?
I mean, the event that regarding this whole thing with fraud was, I was telling Sam, and as we were talking about, you know, what should be expected. And I mean, I still remember the time and the day and where I was when Sam had called me in. I was at the Starbucks on La Cienega near Venice Boulevard, having coffee and having a meeting with a friend of mine. And Sam calls me up in the afternoon and he goes, you know, typical, hey, how are you? Good, hey, what's going on? And he goes, when did you hire a new CPA firm? And I go, I can't repeat what I said. I don't know what you're talking about. You know, he goes, well, I got a call from an auditor, okay, from the state. I said, yeah, they're doing some audit on the sales taxes. And he goes, well, he submitted Javier had submitted a sales tax to them. I said, okay. And he goes, well, my name's, I wasn't on it. And I go, what do you mean you're not on it? I don't know what you're talking about, you know. And I said, I got to call you back. And I go, you know, you know, he had said, you know, that your sales were, you know, I think it was $1 million. Well, that's not true. Where did this all come from? I said, I got to call you back. And then I called Javier and I said, what the heck is going on with this, this tax return? And I go, I just got a call from Sam saying that you haven't provided a false tax return. And I go, what's going on here? And he just went silent. He just went dead on the phone. And I was so perplexed, you know, and angry by it. And then I, you know, immediately I called Sam back. I said, I don't know what the hell this guy did. You know, I don't know what's going on. And then I just started communicating with Sam and, you know, getting ourselves together. And then I think a month or two later, the auditor requested to have a meeting with Sam and myself. And so we met at Sam's offices and, you know, had the meeting and discussed everything that had gone on regarding that, you know, the whole sales tax, what had happened, the whole audit procedure and everything. And, you know, as I told him then, and I'll say it now, you know, first of all, I couldn't believe that somebody would do something like that. I mean, we filed our taxes, we've done it, I mean, everything's there in the open. I mean, why would you do something so stupid? You got bank records, the state of California can provide, you know, they can look up your tax returns, they've got them all. I mean, it's the same you know, in my mind, I don't know whether it's true or not, but everybody's got access to them. You know, as we explained to the auditor at that time, I said, I can't speak for why he would do it. You know, my gut at this point is basically he probably stole a lot of money, and you know, that was at that time. But the fact that he did something that was just so reprehensible to me just completely blew my mind. And you know, my initial indication was, you know, I'm going to go after this guy. You know, and all the things that you can pretty much think about when something like that happened. And you know, come to realize after we'd gone through and started to clean up all, you know, cleaning up all the books and seeing, I mean, one, the restaurants were not in the financial shape that was represented to me. I mean, we were hemorrhaging cash. It went from something that I reviewed on a monthly to where it was all hands on deck. We've got to figure this out or we're going to lose it. And I'm going to, you know, we're going to lose not only the restaurants, I'm going to put all the people that have worked for us for, you know, 10, 20, 15, 20, 30 years out of work. It was horrible. It's just horrible. I mean, I've spent my entire life, you know, working in the community, trying to do a good job. And to have somebody just do something that's so, is beyond words. But during that period of time, then we, you know, it was all hands on deck. What are we going to do? And like I said, I wanted to go after him like it was no tomorrow. But you know, once you start talking to lawyers and accountants, and you know, well, it'll cost you $50,000 to do a forensic CPA. It's going to cost you, you know, if you prosecute him, you're going to spend another $20,000, $30,000, and then he's going to sue you. And what are you going to get from it? I mean, and here this guy goes MIA, and I'm thinking, great, now I got to spend another, you know, couple $100,000. We have no money. I'm having to pump money into the company just to save it. And it was just, let's just try to figure out if we can save the restaurants, number one, and then if we can, let's move forward. I mean, we owe the tax, we figure it out, you know, we're going to have to pay it, and let's just move forward. So, you know, whether that was a good, bad, or indifferent decision, I mean, that was it. But that's what happened. I'm sorry, it's, you know, it's been in our family. I mean, I'm 59 years old. My grandfather established it in 1959. And to have something, you know, every business makes mistakes. You've been around 60 years, you're going to make some mistakes. I get it. And, you know, you own up, you fix it, you move on. I mean, I don't take the responsibility and accountability for my actions. But to be accused of fraud, which I didn't do, to have somebody do something that is so stupid, which is beyond words, and to put not just the business at risk, but to put the 100+ employees that work there at risk, and everything, the families and everything, people that have worked for us for, like I said, 15, 20 years. I mean, we don't have high turnover like a lot of places. We probably have 10, 15% turnover in a given year. And people stay with us a long time because we run a really nice operation. We treat everybody as family. We treat our employees and everybody that we work with as family members. And you're not gold mines, you're just little family businesses where, you know, we provide a good environment with good living. We do a good job at what we do. And to have somebody put that at risk, it just to this day still makes me, is beyond me. I'm sorry.
Did you, just to make it clear, did you instruct Javier to submit what I'll call phony income tax returns?
Absolutely not.
Do you know anybody that did instruct him to do it?
No.
Do you know anybody that instructed him to submit incorrect or caused to be submitted incorrect sales tax returns?
No. Why? I mean, it's all public record. I mean, all the money's in the bank. Absolutely not.
Anything you'd like to add?
No, I mean, since that whole thing, since that whole thing erupted, I mean, in the middle of 2013, I took it over because I just didn't trust that, you know, didn't trust anybody. So I'm not going to have this happen again. And so I've just been doing it just to make sure.
And prior to 2013, did you ever sign a sales tax return?
Yeah.
No further questions at this time.
Okay. I think then I will say CDTFA, do you have any questions for this witness?
No, thank you.
For you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It would
Okay. No, you don't have any questions. All right, then I will say, do you want to begin questions?
No, I'm fine for now, thank
Okay.
you.
Let me ask, I do have some. Oh, and Mr. Slavitt, I realized I misspoke earlier when I was saying about your argument. We can take your argument once we've heard, if you have any additional argument, once we've, at the end of your presentation of your case in chief.
Thank you.
So just for you to be thinking ahead. So I guess I want to make sure I understand the logistics. TLD is a business that you also own?
I own part of that business.
Okay.
I had another partner, and we ran it was a large company. It was, we distributed bar and restaurant supplies in the western United States, so we had an accounting staff of I think in just that portion alone, we just had 15 or 20 people between AP, AR, accounts payable, accounts receivable, and all the other stuff, the administrative. It was a big organization. We had almost 250 employees. And now the tie into Javier, that's one. Javier had worked at this other company, and then where I had worked with him previously, and I think it was early 2000, 2001 or 2. He said, well, I'm looking for work, and I said, hey, we got this company, why don't you work there? And we got plenty of, even at that time, we had plenty of work at TLD just because it was a growing concern. And
so I'll try and zero in on what I'm just getting clarification of. So Javier worked for, or Mr. Velasco worked for TLD for some time, so he was working for your related company.
Yes.
Okay, and then you said then he went out on his own.
Yes.
Do you know approximately when that was?
I think that was 2010 or 11.
Okay.
But when he went out on his own, basically he had been doing that work while doing the restaurant stuff with the staff, and then when he went out on his own, I said, you know what? I'll just be your first client there because you were doing the work here anyways. So I'll become one of your clients. I'm sorry.
Just because I've seen different references in the materials referring to him as an in-house bookkeeper or an outside accountant bookkeeper, so I just wasn't sure which.
Yeah, the differentiation is when he worked at TLD, that's what for in-house, because he worked there, I paid him extra to do the Dyna's books. And then when he left out, I just said, look, you've got your business, you're starting, this would be great. You got at least one or two other, I knew he had some other clients that he was working with, so.
So then, Jamie Purcell.
Yes.
Which entity did she work for?
She worked, she was also originally at another company that I had worked with in Orange County. We had worked together on a place called the Sun Theater, which is now called the Grove, near Anaheim Stadium. And it was a music facility, a music venue in 1999. And I had worked with her there, and previously at the restaurants in the Midwest. And then when we got TLD, I guess a new company had purchased the Grove, and so she said she was looking, and so I think in 2002, 2003, we said, well, we've got this company, and it was growing, so.
So she worked for TLD also?
Yes, she did.
Okay. So for the times when Jamie Purcell was the person who signed the sales and use tax returns for the business.
Okay.
And actually I'll say, let me go to, go to that exhibit. So like I'm looking at Appellant's Exhibit 2, for example, top of page 2 of that exhibit, where it's for the 2009 sales and use tax return, where it says the preparer name is Jamie Purcell and the preparer title is controller. So she was the controller of TLD?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
And so is it your understanding, based on what I've heard, that Mr. Velasco gave Jamie Purcell the information and then she prepared the sales and use tax returns?
My understanding is that, yes. Yes, I'm trying to say it, but the answer is yes. He would put all the paperwork together and then she would go online and file it, and whatever was given to him. Because he also worked in her department. As the controller, she had the responsibility of those 15, 20 other administrative people, so that was just an additional duty he had, and she went online and paid it, or did this part.
And did you have an opportunity to ask her about her understanding of how it was that there were such discrepancies, such inaccuracies in the returns that were filed?
At the time that did I answer? The answer is yes. She submitted the paperwork that Javier provided her.
Mm-hmm.
And Sunshine also worked for her. She would have given Sunshine, he would take care of this. If that makes sense.
And does that also cover your understanding of Sunshine Peralta's role as
Right,
a preparer?
What would happen is, I'm sure Jamie, she may have been on vacation or something, and so during that period of time, she would have given Sunshine her login. So sales tax guy has to be paid on whatever the date is, and log in, pay for it, take care of it. How to give you the paperwork and here's the login information.
But it's your understanding that both Ms. Peralta and Ms. Purcell were just relying on the information that Mr. Velasco had given them. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding.
Okay. So, when you said that, and I don't, if you don't know the answer offhand, then I will follow up with later questions to someone else. But you said that when Mr. Biggs called you and said, when did you switch to a different accounting firm? And you said, I didn't. And he indicated, well, his name wasn't on the federal income tax returns. And stop me if any of this is not an accurate representation of what you said. And you said, I didn't switch, we used your returns. Do you know whose name was on the returns that he was referring to?
It was one of more of those, it's called at 3 or 4 or 5 in the afternoon. I get a call from my CPA, hey, when did you switch companies? I'm like, what the heck are you talking about?
Right. So you never found out whose name was like on the fake returns?
I did at that time. I don't recall.
That's fine.
At this hearing who was on there. It may have been, it could have been his name at that, or maybe not. It just.
If you don't know, then
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't recall. I did 6 years, 7 years ago when this all occurred.
That is fine. I don't want you to guess. So no problem. Okay, I think those are all the questions I have right now.
One brief question, Mr. Ernst. The department's opening brief had mentioned a concern that the deposits in the bank, Ricardo's bank deposits, that were greatly in excess of the sales that had been reported. I believe the implication from that is that Ricardo's was a beneficiary of any underreporting that had occurred in this instance. Is there anything that might indicate in our evidentiary record that Mr. Velasco had benefited from this underreporting?
What are you asking? Did he think he was stealing or something?
Is there anything we can point to that might indicate that he had either embezzled or misappropriated funds?
Yeah, I think he stole, but going through the whole forensic at that, when I'm looking at it, I've got this wall of water coming at me and I'm dead. How am I going to survive, and how are we going to try to keep this going? So I'm sure he did some way. I can't tell you how or what he did, but that's my suspicion. Because surely, now to give you sort of my financial, during that period of time, I had to put money in the restaurant, so I didn't think it was doing that great, but it was okay. If I had to put in, loan the restaurant, $5,000 or $10,000, maybe something happened. Labor's tight, food. I mean, those are things that occurred, but it was not. It didn't come until this whole thing started to break open, where it's like, oh my gosh, this is bad.
Is there any possible other explanation for these bank deposits that were not accounted for in the sales that were reported to CDTFA?
Not that I know of. I don't know what you're asking. I think. I mean, I don't know. I don't.
My concern is that it appears that you're making some assumption based on the fact that he had misrepresented the federal income tax returns, that Mr. Velasco was stealing from Ricardo's. But it appears that Ricardo's was the beneficiary of whatever fraud that Mr. Velasco may have been perpetrating, because that money was in the bank accounts of the business.
The answer, I understand what you're saying, but we weren't making any money. We were losing money. So I don't know where, after paying labor, food, and the basic overheads, we didn't have money. So, which meant that one, I was either getting false information, I was making bad decisions on that, and which is ultimately what ended up happening, is that our menu was underpriced. When we looked at it, food cost was not 30% or 33%. We were running at 45, 50. Everything was off. And so from that point, it was like, oh my God, how am I going to get through this? And that's really, to this day, that's where the focus was.
Thank you.
And,
I do have two questions. Yes, please. Mr. Ernst, when you first hired Mr. Velasquez, and I'm not sure if his name is spelled, his first name is spelled two different ways in the records, one with an XA and another with a J, but when you first hired him, what did you understand his accounting or bookkeeping background to be?
I had worked with him in 1990, well, 4, 5, 6, about 2 or 3, 4 years, and he had been doing the restaurant accounting, bookkeeping work for the 3, 4 different brew pubs that I was helping doing some consulting work on. And so his experience was doing the accounting work for them.
Did you ask him why he needed work, why he wasn't continuing to work for the brew pub? Because you indicated earlier that he came to you and said he needed work.
Yeah, he had decided they closed down the brew pubs in 1990, I think it was in 2000, 2001. And so because they were closing them down, they didn't have any use for his services. And so working for that company, and at that time I did.
Did you contact his former employer to ask about the services he had rendered to them?
At that time, I had been working with his previous employer as actually a consultant. So from a timing point of view, I had been working working as a consultant in the late 90s through 2001 with the person that Javier had been working with. And so where I was doing the operational side, Javier was doing the books and records. Then I had an opportunity to go in with another partner to purchase TLD Distribution Acquisition Company, which was in late 2001. And that's when we opened that up. My buddy decided he was going to close down the restaurants in the Midwest, and so he had lost it. He was out of a job, and then since I'd worked with him and the work they did, I figured, well, you can come and work over here.
Okay, so you formed your own opinion based upon your own experience with him about his qualifications to do the work, rather than inquiring of his former employer the kind of work he did for them?
Well, I had worked with him for 3 or 4 years, 3 years prior on almost a day-to-day type of basis, working through those, working at the other places. And I guess after working 3 years with them, I was part of working with the books and records, because that was part of the consulting work that was done, was to help see if we could turn these around and make them more profitable, or can they make a profit. And so I had been working hand in hand with him. Conversations regarding with Mike Wojciechowski, who was the owner of the brew pubs at that time. I mean, I was speaking with him day to day. So I guess in a direct manner, I had formed my own opinion over that 3 or 4 years. The answer is yes, just from day to day working with that person. Mike and I talked quite a bit about it. In fact, I wouldn't have hired him on the flip side. I wouldn't have hired him if there was an issue with Mike. If Mike would have said, hey, I'm getting rid of this guy because there's some bad business. It was all very congenial. In fact, Mike and I had ongoing relationship post me leaving and opening up TLD, and it came with his blessing.
When Mr. Velasco provided the falsified documents to CDTFA, he was, by that time, operating his own business, the one in which you were one of his first clients. Is that what happened? Is that the timing is right?
Yes.
And you understood when you learned about the fraudulent documents that he had other clients that he worked for?
Yes.
Okay. Did you try to contact any of those clients to express to them your concerns about the fact that you believed he had been stealing from you?
I did not speak to, I didn't know who his other clients were. That was not in my realm to even ask that. He said, I've got my own business, and great, good for you.
Did you talk to the district attorney's office about possible criminal prosecution?
I spent quite a bit of time speaking with legal counsel and my counsel. So the answer, directly answering, the answer is no. More for the reason of when we laid out the case, what is it going to take to go after him? It's going to require us hiring a forensic accountant. It's going to then you're going to have to hire an attorney to prosecute this. And then I was looking at all the downside, aside from spending the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars going after and prosecuting, what am I going to get from it? And at that time, I've got to try to figure, I had to put every ounce of energy into one, getting these restaurants righted and getting them back to being able to perform and putting it on a path that it can move forward. So that's where I spent all my time, energy, and money. I didn't have any money at that time. I mean, it had drained everything.
Did Mr. Biggs indicate to you that, or state to you an opinion that he should look through your records to see if Mr. Velasquez had stolen money from you?
I'm going to let Sam answer the question for himself. I know we talked about it, what it would take, and part of, if we hire a forensic accountant, what is it going to take to do that, so on and so forth. And, at that time, it just came down to, it's just not going to be worth the time, energy, and money and effort. Then do you have it to begin with? And we did.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
And if I've heard everything from Mr. Ernst's testimony, Then I can move on to Mr. Biggs' testimony, and then I can hear any further argument from Mr. Slavitt, and then I'll hear CDTFA's presentation. Okay? Okay. Mr. Biggs?
Yes.
I will swear you in as a witness now. If you could please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Slavitt, you can begin your question.
Mr. Biggs, tell us about your background, your professional background.
I've been practicing as accountant, had my own firm for many, many years, going back probably getting close to 50 years by at this time. Started out my career with Arthur Anderson, actually in 1965, so that'll give you a count and subtract, you know about where I'm coming from. Was there, graduate degree, MBA, or credentials, was spent quite a bit of time in corporate activities after Anderson. Came back and started my own firm in the early 80s, very early 80s, and grew that to be a fairly well-known mid-sized regional firm in Southern California, heavily focused in insolvency areas, litigation, commercial clients. I was a trustee of the Central District of California Bankruptcy with the U.S. Trustee's Office, and still have a heavy practice in the insolvency arena, active fiduciary capacities in many regards, either as a trustee for estates, trustee for bankruptcy cases, trustee for conservators and that type of thing. So our practice generally is very heavy in that type of arena with litigation, insolvency, disputes, receiverships, all of these areas. And I've acted and still do in those capacities. 5 years ago, we merged with Singer Lewack, which is a regional firm. We've got 14 offices throughout, predominantly California, but we're now in Nevada and Colorado. I had the insolvency, litigation, and those special services for the entire firm. We have roughly 16, 17 on our staff, some attorneys, CPAs, so we cover all that. So very familiar with these types of situations and testimony and court appearances on that. So that's just a thumbnail of me and my background and what I'm doing here.
How did you come to know Mr. Ernst and Ricardo's on the Beach?
That goes back many years. I think there was a referral someplace along the line, and we met. I would guess maybe late 90s, thereabouts would be my guess.
And what kind of work did you do for Ricardo's?
Mostly dealing and handling the tax preparation services for the restaurants that he has, the Diana's, Ricardo's. That's principally, it's principally a tax relationship.
And did your firm prepare the income tax returns for Ricardo's on the Beach?
Well, we prepared all the returns that were filed with the federal and California taxing authorities.
And tell me, in approximately April of 2013, you received a call from a board examiner. Can you tell me about that call?
You know, I don't remember the call specifically, but I was informed of the tax audit and had conversations with the auditor. I don't recall his name, it's in the references. But I did have conversations with him. He wanted to investigate the records that we had for Ricardo's on the Beach and the two restaurants. And we made an arrangement for me to provide him documents and proceed with that review. You know, that goes back about 9 years, so I don't remember the specific details of the phone calls. I haven't researched records and that, so I'm just going off memory back then. But he did present me, and we had conversations on his tax records and the audits that he reviewed. And through those conversations, he was talking about tax returns, and I saw the numbers, and I said, well, they don't match anything I've ever seen before. And it was in connection with those conversations that he presented me a set of other tax returns for the years that are in question here. I did question him, and we had conversations about the type of his audit. I'm familiar with the approach that the State Board of Equalization uses, and what was the State Board of Equalization. I'll refer to the old name, that's what is up here. So, but their audit procedures, and they had done sample counts, test counts, as I recall, and had documented what they felt to be the sales. They had done the typical analysis of review of deposits and banking records, and standard procedure is to match those numbers against the tax returns that were filed. I mean, those are the obvious approaches, and the easiest approaches where you do have records, and it's always done. And we find a lot of these kind of situations, not like this, but in our bankruptcy cases where we have claims filed by the State Board of Equalization, various taxing authorities, and we're reviewing those records to whether or not we object to a claim or whatever we do. But anyway, we went through that. I could see that he had done a reasonable audit. I didn't see anything really to question at that point, but then the question on the tax returns that I was presented, and I said, those aren't the tax returns that were filed. Where'd you get them? And got them from the Javier. So that's how that arose. I proceeded to call Mario, and he testified where he was and his reaction at that time, and that's how the discrepancy came about.
Let me just hone in on something here. I want to understand chronologically what occurred, if we may. You mentioned that you talked to the auditor about all his audit techniques, and you looked at the audit. What happened on the first interaction you had with the auditor? Was the return that Javier provided to the state brought up with you?
I don't recall really the timing of the conversations and what was brought up when.
Was the purpose, do you believe the purpose of the call was to inquire as to the returns that Javier provided to him that appeared to be prepared by your firm, that was inconsistent with what was filed with the government?
You know, and that very well could be. I know the question was, and the reason for contact with me and our firm was that we were the accountants, we had prepared the returns, and he wanted to confirm tax returns and the records he had been presented. So
were you surprised to see a return with your name on it that was different from the return that you believe was prepared by your firm?
I don't specifically recall, because that goes way back whether our name was on that return. I don't know, I couldn't attest as I'm sitting right here. I just don't have the recollections to whose name was on that return.
And Mario testified that I believe about when this happened the same day, you had contacted Mario to ask him whether he hired another accounting firm Do you recall that?
Mario remembers those specific words better than I do, but I know I did call Mario to confront him with the question of, where these other tax returns come from? So I think this is probably much more vivid in his memory than mine, because he was more shocked by it. I mean, I have seen separate sets of books in businesses before and in cases, but you don't see many of them. But this was truly a fraudulent tax return, no question about it.
And are having been the CPA preparing tax returns, do you believe that Ricardo's keeps a second set of books?
Absolutely not.
Is it your belief that that Mario created this phony income tax return?
No, I don't have any belief in that regard whatsoever. I mean, I think Mario has a pretty good financial background, but he doesn't have the capability to prepare that tax return in the manner that it was prepared. Whoever prepared that tax return knew what they were doing, because from appearance's sake, it looked like the properly prepared return. And so whoever did that knew what they were doing, because they got the numbers to balance and they got the numbers to be consistent with the sales tax returns. So they had the complete picture. There's no question about that.
No further questions at this time.
I could comment, make a couple
You'd
of
like to add
comments.
something?
Yeah. And along the vein and in response to some of the questions that have been raised here, obviously, when it comes into we confronted with these types of situations, and I deal heavily in fraud and put a few people in jail. The questions always come to mind, but there's no question whatsoever that Mario had no involvement in what happened here. I think that's further substantiated by the state's auditor that reviewed this, because my understanding, he had no position that Mario was behind this or any way involved. I was concerned at the point, and we did have conversations, and he did review this, at least to my knowledge. So the auditor was convinced from his exam that there was no culpability from Mario's standpoint, and there were never any charges, personal charges, to my knowledge, filed against Mario. It was strictly on the Javier situation. The issue of why in the world somebody would do this is a prominent question. I had many conversations with him as to why would somebody be so stupid as to do this. There's no reason to, other than personal benefit. I mean, anybody with a brain in their head, why are they going to go commit fraud, do something like this without some personal benefit? The only one that could personally have benefited from this, and he had all the tools at his hands to do it, was Javier. The question was raised as Ricardo's was the ultimate beneficiary of this, because of the cash deposits that went through the bank. Those numbers reconciled fairly closely, as I understand, based on the auditor's exam. But Javier, again, being experienced in these areas, he knew they were going to trace the deposits and account for the deposits in the bank statements. That's standard and typical. he knew that they would match the numbers on the tax returns. That is step 1 or 2 in the nature of an audit exam. So if you're going to defraud whomever on underreporting of sales tax, then you're going to have consistency in all these records. So it started with removal or the underreporting on the sales tax returns. Then he conformed the other records to be consistent with that. And the assumption is, even though we didn't investigate it because there wasn't any money and we got into that, but the only reasonable explanation is it went in his pocket. And I did have those conversations with Mario. We could have readily investigated, pursued those. It would have been a costly, time-consuming effort, and to what avail? If you've got an individual with no recovery, from a business standpoint, just to put somebody in jail for this, for no financial recovery, why do it? It's you're going to get sued, and it's going to cost you to begin with. And in many instances where we've come up with fraud, the employers reach a stipulation, the person goes, and no harm, no foul. It's all forgiven because I'm not going to incur cost of litigation and coming back at me for what type of recovery. So that is the assumption in this case, and that's what we reached. So the Ricardos and the corporate entity was in financial stress, had been for many years. The assumption is that that was because of the devocation of the funds, and their liabilities continued to increase. They had large losses during those years, and so based on the information that I had, my assumption would be that had we gone back and documented that, we could have adequately supported it. But so that's what we found, that's what we saw, and that's what I believe based upon my recollection and experience back then. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. All right. First, I will say, does CDTFA have any questions for this witness?
No, thank you.
Okay. And then Copeland?
No questions?
I have a couple of questions for Mr. Biggs. I believe you testified that the only person who could personally benefit from the preparation and submission of the falsified documents was Javier. Is that your opinion?
I think that's what I said, yes.
But am I right that you are not aware of any specific evidence that he did benefit financially?
We did not pursue that route, no.
Did you indicate, and I wasn't sure if you were talking about Javier at this point, but I think you indicated that Javier would have known, because of his experience, that the auditor would have compared the sales and use tax returns, for example, with the income tax returns?
Based on his alleged experience and his involvement with this, yes, he should have known that.
And you conclude from that with that knowledge was one of the things, at least, that led him to falsify the returns when he submitted those to the department for their review.
Absolutely.
Okay. But you also said that he would have known that they would have compared that information with deposits.
He should have been equally alert to that as well.
Is it your understanding that, in fact, the deposits were matched the correct returns, the accurate returns?
I think that came up in testimony here. That's not a test that, when we're doing tax returns, we're not doing an audit or any type of procedure. We're we're not issuing audited statements or reviewed statements or even compiled statements. In this instance, there's no need for those, so we just take the records we're provided and prepare the tax returns. So we don't do that type of reconciliation.
But is it your understanding that the evidence in this case indicates that the deposits match the amounts reported on the accurate returns?
That's what was testified here.
Both Mr. Ernst and you have testified that the company had been in financial distress for some period of time, and I'm assuming you meant, and I'll ask you to clarify, do you mean for some period of time before these events were all occurring during the audit?
Yes, during the prior period, during the years under question.
And to what do you attribute the financial downturn of the restaurant's finances?
I don't have any basis for making any attribution there.
Those are my only questions. Thank you, Mr. Biggs.
I might have a couple of questions. When you were preparing both federal and state income tax returns for the business, would you have looked at the sales and use tax returns as well?
No, that's not a customary procedure that we do.
And then you heard my question earlier to Mr. Ernst about that when his recollection is that you called him and said, when did you switch accounting firms because the auditor from Board of Equalization said that, indicated that the federal income tax returns were prepared by someone other than you. Do you have any recollection of that?
I remember the phone call, not as vividly as specific words. Sure. Those are typical words I would have used, and I do believe that the auditor had copies of those tax returns that I looked at.
Do you have any knowledge or recollection of whose name had who signed the fraudulent returns?
No, I don't. It's too much in the past. Okay. I don't think I was ever given copies of those to keep for our records. So.
But you saw them, or just the auditor told you?
I'm going to say that he had them and showed them to me, but you know, it's a little rusty back then.
Okay, I understand. I think that those are my only questions for this witness. Then I'll say, Mr. Slavitt, if you want to make any additional argument at this time, you can, or you can save it for rebuttal.
Save it for rebuttal.
Okay, that's fine. Then if I've heard everything from appellant's presentation, then I can move on to CDTFA's presentation.
Can I have just a second?
Yes, absolutely. We'll take a short break.
No, I just need to take off my jacket.
Okay.
Can you see if they can adjust the temperature?
I don't know how. They did yesterday and it went out.
Ms. Holmes, in the back?
Yes.
Is it possible to adjust the temperature down a bit? It's quite warm in here. Thank you.
If everyone is ready to proceed, then I will say CDTFA, you may go ahead with your presentation, and I believe you're going to take about 20 minutes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Ricardo's on the Beach Incorporated is a corporation that operates 2 restaurants. Dinah's Family Restaurant on South Sepulveda Boulevard in Los Angeles, and Ricardo's El Ranchito on South Beach Boulevard in La Habra. Both restaurants have been in business, at least incorporated under this corporation, since June 1998. A notice of determination was issued on August 22nd, 2013, Exhibit D, for approximately $1.465 million in tax, plus accrued interest, and a 25% penalty for fraud or intent to evade. Audit methodology and the amount of tax due is not in dispute. The issue in this appeal is whether the department has established by clear and convincing evidence that the 25% fraud penalty under Revenue and Taxation Code Section 6485 is applicable for the period January 1, 2005 through December 31st, 2011. In addition, whether the notice of determination was timely issued pursuant to Revenue and Taxation Code Section 6487A for the period January 1, 2005 through September 30th, 2008. And that depends on whether there is a finding of fraud or intent to evade. The audit in this case originally covered October 2008 through December 2011, and 4 BOE 122 waivers, Exhibit C, were executed, extending the deadline for determination until October 31st, 2013. And the evidence of fraud, which has no statute of limitations, expanded the scope back to January 2005. If fraud is not found, then a negligence penalty would apply to the original determination period, the original liability period, October 2008 through December 2011, and the notice of determination for the period January 1, 2005 through September 30th, 2008 would not be timely. As a matter of law, fraud is never presumed, but must be proven, and the burden of proof is on the department. However, the standard of proof is not beyond a reasonable doubt as in a criminal prosecution. Instead, the standard of proof in civil tax fraud cases is clear and convincing evidence. That is, that there is a high probability that the assertion of fraud is true. Here, the burden of proof has been met. Appellant consistently and grossly underreported its taxable sales over the 6-year liability period by nearly $17 million, which is an error ratio over 106%. That means that appellant reported less than half of its taxable sales, as shown in Exhibit E, the audit work papers, page 18, as well as 3412, which is worksheet 12A, as well as the general tax worksheet. Also as shown in Exhibit E, appellant falsified books and records for the audit, including the much talked about second set of income tax returns, as well as profit and loss statements at pages 1423 to 1443, and sales journals, pages 1118 to 1132. The false tax returns provided by the appellant are at pages 1069 through 1117. They're also contained on Schedule 12L, page 72. And that's in contrast to the version obtained from and filed with the Franchise Tax Board, which is found at pages 82 through 114, and worksheet 12B, page 26. Both sets, as you will see in the record, denote Mr. Biggs's firm as being prepared by them. The audit worksheet discussing the differences is at Exhibit E, page 21, worksheet 12A3. Since appellant did not provide source documentation from the liability period, the auditor also conducted observation tests and had to utilize 2012 point-of-sale business records, Exhibit E, pages 1132 to 3396, to cross-check against the data found in the banking record, pages 183 to 168. Also at Schedule 12F, page 35, from the liability period to determine the underreported liability and ultimately to make the finding of fraud. Nearly $1.5 million in sales tax reimbursement was charged and collected from its customers and kept for appellant's own use. Further, as the officers of the closely held corporation, Mr. and Mrs. Ernst were actively involved in the daily operations of the business, handling the corporation's financial matters, including receiving deliveries and paying vendors, and those are shown in Exhibit E. Just a few examples that were found within the audit work papers. Ms. Ernst signed for receipt of a Bimbo's delivery on February 7th, 2012, and that's at page 1656. She signed checks to suppliers, including Harbor on July 2nd, 2012, that's at page 1710, and the Wine Warehouse on May 9th, 2012, that's page 2587. Also contained in the auditor's 414Z, page 168, that day when they were to meet, Ms. Ernst was the manager for the day, so they were certainly involved in the businesses. Mr. Ernst specifically has extensive business experience, as we've heard, as an owner, officer, or partner in no less than 3 other businesses, and that's also contained in the fraud memo Exhibit B. The substantial and consistent underreporting of taxable sales cannot be attributed to simple errors or clerical oversights or mere negligence. Instead, this is clear and convincing evidence, a high probability of fraud or an intent to evade. Appellant's contentions and cited authority are misplaced. Specifically, appellant contends that the fraud penalty does not apply because they were not aware of and were defrauded by the actions of their agent, Mr. Velasco. They specifically cite the Fulton case, Fulton versus Commissioner from 1950. That case involves a 75% penalty for federal civil fraud. However, it's factually different. In that case, the accountant was found criminally responsible, and that return was filed without allowing the taxpayer to review the return. It's quite different. The court found negligence in that case. However, the holding also goes on to say, quote, "Nor are we oblivious to the fact that a taxpayer may not automatically shield himself by claiming a lack of knowledge of a return's contents." As demonstrated by appellant's exhibits 2 through 5, Mr. Velasco began submitting the sales and use tax returns for the 4th quarter of 2011. Until then, it was done by other people, Jamie Purcell and Sunshine Peralta, people that we've heard in testimony today were employed by Mr. Ernst in his other company. We know that the underreporting goes back to 2005, bearing in mind, again, that all of these people were working for TLD, ultimately for Mr. Ernst. So to categorize Mr. Velasco as an outside accountant would not be factually appropriate. But most notably, appellant's bank records, again Exhibit E, pages 183 to 1068, show deposits made into the accounts greatly exceeded the total sales reported on the sales and use tax returns. In the 3 years, 4th quarter 08 to 4th quarter 11, excess bank deposits exceeded $9 million. Mr. Velasco did not physically work at either restaurant and therefore had no access to the restaurant's cash, and that there's no evidence or reports that he made any fraudulent withdrawals, even though he had access as a signer. The actions taken by Mr. Velasco as its agent were to the benefit of the appellant. Specifically, appellant benefited from the improper use of nearly $1.5 million over the liability period. The fraudulent acts of an agent are imputed to the principal, even if they are done without knowledge or consent, unless fraud by the agent of the principal. Here, no reason or motives have been given that Mr. Velasco would have undertaken this course of conduct on his own accord. No criminal or civil actions have been taken by the appellant against Mr. Velasco, no insurance claims, no police reports even made. The only reasonable explanation in this case, given the scope and duration of underreporting, is a willful attempt to evade the payment of tax, which circumstantially would satisfy even the higher criminal burden of proof standard. The 25% penalty in this case should apply. Appellant contends that there have been corrective actions taken by their agreement to the taxable sales amount that they properly owe, and that somehow refutes the substantial evidence of fraud, but it does not. The fraud penalty has been proven by the department, and the 25% penalty properly applied. Consequently, the notice of determination was timely issued for the entire period. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. May I have a couple of questions, unless Michael?
I just have one quick
Go
one,
ahead.
if you don't mind.
Sure, go ahead.
I believe you had mentioned that in your opening presentation that if we were to find that the fraud penalty did not apply, a negligence penalty should be imposed?
Well, simply that if in the event that the panel did not find fraud, then the earlier period would not be brought in under the statute of limitations if the court made a finding of negligence. But yes, but we believe and maintain that fraud applies.
Okay, so there's no request here by CDTFA that we impose a negligence penalty in lieu of fraud, should we find there to be no fraud in this particular case?
Well, we would hope that you would find fraud. We believe that has been proven. But may I have one moment, please?
Sure.
We would still maintain that there's an abundant amount of evidence for negligence, and it would be appropriate for the panel to impose a negligence penalty if the fraud is not found.
Okay, and I'm assuming here that the negligence penalty was not included in the NOD issued to appellants?
No, NODs aren't issued that way because we maintain the 25% penalty, and that's how the notice of determination was issued.
Okay, thank you.
One of my questions concerns something that's in the decision and recommendation from the Appeals Bureau. That's Exhibit A. Right, and yes, that's Exhibit A. And I understand how the Appeals Bureau is separate from the Tax and Fee Bureau. So I understand that no one in this room wrote the decision and recommendation, but there was something in here that I was wondering what it meant or what it referred to, and I don't know if you know.
I'll do my best.
Okay. Page 2 of the decision, footnote 2. Oh, sorry, I was kept saying decision and recommendation. I guess this was just a decision. Footnote 2 says, upon BTFD's discovery of fraud, Mr. Velasco told BTFD he could no longer represent petitioner.
Yes.
Do you know, is that referring to something in the documents?
I tried to find that as well, or we tried to find that as well, and I do not know where that comes from.
Okay.
You can only assume that was discussed at the appeals conference.
Okay. I understand that. Okay. And then you heard my questioning earlier about whose purported signature was on the false tax returns.
Yes.
And my understanding is you're saying that it was...
Well, they're unsigned. On Exhibit E, page 82, begins the proper, or the returns that were filed with the Franchise Tax Board. I'll pause so you...
Yeah, thank you. I think I must have had them marked, but... Okay, Exhibit E, page 82, you're saying these are...
Yes, those are the returns that were obtained from the Franchise Tax Board. So they are the
So these are the actual returns?
Yes, true returns. So again, unsigned, we believe they had been submitted electronically, but they're prepared, they denote prepared by Samuel Biggs. And that is the same, at least in that one section, as the, I'll just call them the fraudulent submitted returns, which begin at page 1069. Also denoting Samuel Biggs. Or his firm.
Do you mean page 1069 of the exhibit as opposed to the bait stand?
Yes. No, it's
that's the bait
stand. It's the bait stand? Yeah. It's not mine.
Oh, did it not mention?
My page 1069 of pages 3,492 is a Wells Fargo bank statement.
Our pages go to 3412.
I have 1,000 is
1,000.
That's the PDF total.
That's what I was asking. So it's 1,049 of the total PDF.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So 1,049 of the PDF, which is page 1069 of the exhibit.
Yes.
So these are the fraudulent returns.
Yes.
Okay.
They also denote Biggs and Company.
I don't have it there either.
You don't have it?
Not there, but you
1149 of...
It's 1149.
11.
Okay.
And I'll also mention as an aside as we're going through this, if anyone catches anything that is missing from Exhibit E, also let me know, hopefully before we close the record, because our support staff tried to tried to grab everything that was in the zip file, but it wasn't possible for me, given the volume, to cross-check it.
Sure.
So.
Yeah, to the best, I mean, as long as we have the same copy, we will give it to
Right.
you.
And I also will note, as I think I mentioned in my introduction, this is a courtesy copy. So technically, Exhibit E is the zip file that you submitted months ago. But we'd like everyone to be able to refer to this as accurate. Okay.
Yes.
Do you have, okay, so.
Real return is page 82 of 3412.
Cumbersome.
Yes.
Okay, so essentially then, this is why I was asking the witnesses about the reference to a new CPA, because I had seen that both copies were purportedly signed by Mr. Biggs.
Yes.
You're not aware, that is your understanding as well?
Yes.
Okay, that does answer my question. Then I guess my next question is, you heard the earlier questioning about whether there was any evidence that that the business itself, that the appellant was defrauded by Mr. Velasco.
Correct.
And I'm going to ask essentially the same question to CDTFA. How do we know that appellant wasn't defrauded by Mr. Velasco?
We have no evidence that he was. As the panel's questioning denoted, the bank deposits largely match up with the accurate tax returns, so there would be no evidence of that. He didn't have access to cash. We have no evidence that there was a defrauding by Mr. Velasco of the corporations or the Ernsts. We do not have that. We do not know how Mr. Velasco obtained a copy of the federal income tax returns to modify them, because they're substantially modified, not just in their numbers. There's a difference between Schedule G, denoting that whether or not Mr. Ernst is 100% shareholder, owner, or 50%. Again, I don't know that, but all evidence points to fraud. Whether, yes, whether Mr. Ernst was aware of it or not, it is attributed to him by his agent.
Okay. Do my co-panelists have any questions for CDTFA?
I have nothing, thank you.
Okay. If there's nothing further from CDTFA,
No,
then
thank you.
I will say we can next proceed with appellant's rebuttal.
If I may, Your Honor, since the government doesn't have witnesses here, it's difficult for me to cross-examine the argument that the attorney made, so I would like to do that by asking Mr. Ernst the questions to clarify the arguments made by the government, if so permitted.
Your rebuttal may include further testimony from your witnesses, so
Okay.
yes, that's fine.
And I would like to point out that, well, I'll get to that in the argument section. The government made some statements, Mr. Ernst, that you and your wife were involved, I don't want to put words in her mouth, but very involved in the ongoing day-to-day operation of the business. She points to Exhibit E, date stamped page number 1656, which is a copy of a Bimbo Bakeries USA receipt. And I don't know if Your Honors need time to pull that up or not, or if I should just proceed.
You can proceed while I'm looking at it.
Bait stamped Exhibit E, bait stamped page 1656 is a Bimbo Bakeries USA. I do see a signature of Terry Ernst on this. Mario, tell me why you believe Terry's name is on this.
My wife, we have two on-site managers that work sometimes 5, sometimes 6 days a week. During that period of time, they would either work 5 or 6 days. So and then we had a secondary, or a third manager that would cover for the other nights. My wife worked the operation. She would work 1 day a week or 2 days a week. Usually it was on a Tuesday or a Wednesday. And that's probably, that bill came in on a Tuesday or a Wednesday. The chef probably wasn't there that morning because he receives most of the food that comes into that. And that's probably the reason why she signed that. Her really duty was make sure the managers get their breaks and that they have a life also, and fills in for them.
And I think you mentioned, what day of the week did she normally cover for them?
She would normally be Tuesday and Wednesdays.
And would it surprise you that if I looked up that date, February 7, 2012, which I have on my phone just now, that that's a Tuesday? Would that make sense?
It's a Tuesday or a Wednesday.
And what other involvement did Terry have in the business, if any?
Well, on let me think. Her involvement would be, obviously, filling in for the managers that run the day-to-day operations, and that would really be everything from managing the floor, which is really the primary responsibility, and then at the shift change, usually being 1 o'clock or 1:30 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, changing the banks between the AM shift and the PM shift. And then on the days that she would work, obviously when she came in that morning, she would do the bank deposit and go to the bank, or on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. And then if they're a vendor that, we have a number of COD vendors that she would write a check to pay for, like, I think the state pointed out Harbor Distributing, which is a beer vendor. We pay them for the beer delivery, whatever that was for the day, or another. Those would be the types of transactions just on the days that she was there.
And there was some discussion about Javier's motive here and whether he could steal or not steal, or I guess access to cash. Did he have a signature authority over the bank account?
Yes.
Could he not write checks?
Yes.
Is one possibility he can write a check to himself or a vendor that was his company?
He could write a check really to anybody that he wanted to. Or overpay vendors.
That's with my questioning. Do I have rebuttal argument?
Yes, if you would like to make a rebuttal, or if you'd like to make
closing,
an argument, whatever you would like to call it, you can make argument at this time. Oh, and I guess I should say, unless there's any further questions of the witness.
I mean, this case is about fraud. The government has no witness testifying here. What I heard from the government today was argument by the counsel to the government. What does the appellant have here? Appellant has fact witnesses, Mr. Ernst and Mr. Biggs. I would respectfully put to the court that and I say this a lot in hearings, that it's Your Honor's trier of fact job to determine the credibility of the witness here and the witnesses here. The burden is on the government, yet the government has no witnesses here to testify or for you to cross-examine. I implore you, if you have more questions, ask questions. The big question is, why did Javier do this? Well, the implication here is that Mario instructed him to do it. That's what I'm hearing. And I would hope, yet that's through argument, there's no testimony here, there's just records. I would hope that Your Honors would look to the credibility of the witnesses and hold that it is clear that Mario was not, Mr. Ernst or his wife were not involved in this, and this was Javier on his own. And in my opinion, the state has no evidence to contradict that, and it's its burden. I don't care if it's excuse my language, if it's a 51 to 49, it's still their burden. Yet there's no witness here, there's no evidence to contradict anything that my clients or Mr. Biggs has testified to. I'd just like to say that the fraud penalty is to deter and to penalize somebody. And in this case, imposing the fraud penalty upon taxpayer does neither of those things. So I would hope that your honors would rule in our favor and determine that the taxpayer did not commit fraud. We rest our case.
Thank you very much. All right, if no one has anything further, then I have admitted the documents, we have heard witness testimony and arguments from both sides. And so at this time, if everyone has, I've heard everything, I am prepared to close the record. I thank you all very much for attending and participating today. And my co-panelists and I will meet to consider all of the evidence, and we will issue a written opinion. Thank you very much, and the record is closed, and we are now off the record.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Happy holidays.
Thank you.
When's, I'm on the 6th. Are you over too?
Not yet.
Oh, we gotta go get a seat.
I'll do that right now.
Very good.
Yeah.